Hey, what the fuck is up, YouTube? Big props to everyone in the chat, by the way. Well, we're getting into our MSNBC Cancer segment. Snowmomo Pro, Dirty Crackhead, Davey, Chem Goblin. All the OGs are here. We love to see them. Even a couple bitches are here. Not in the good sense. That could actually mean completely two different things. I just realized that. Yeah, we got some bitches. How you doing, Ford the Perfect? I'm just over here being incredibly sexist, so I apologize. But we're getting into MSNBC Cancer. I wanted to just get all the where all the hoes at. I just wanted to get all the Trump shit out of my system, purge it out of my system. This is me, you know, taking some laxative, which apparently the world is running out of. I saw some headline about laxative. We're running out of laxatives. I guess the world is so full of shit, we literally don't have enough laxatives to, you know, to get it out of our system. Look it up. The world is apparently running short of laxatives. Look it up. But anyway, YouTube, we're jumping into MSNBC Cancer. We're gonna do a lot of MSNBC because you know what? They're spending 90%, 95% of their time and effort on Trump. It's Trump, it's Trump, it's Trump, it's Trump, it's Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. They got all the stats, they got all the charts. They're zinging left and right like it's an episode of West Wing. They got Jen Psaki up there. We're not doing any Jen Psaki. Okay, we're not doing any Jen Psaki, so don't worry about that. Davey, by the way, big props to Davey coming back. I knew I forgot one props, but let's get into our MSNBC Cancer, folks, with a classic, with a fucking classic, and I might have the sequel later in the stream, so look forward to that.
David, I mean, I know you're a sophisticated guy. The world is a mess. The world is as angry as it gets. Well, you think this is going to cause a little more anger? The world is an angry place.
Angry place. Angry. You know what's interesting is that the statements taken out of context are pretty negative, but that's actually one of the few things I kind of agreed with Trump on, because I think he was criticizing the Iraq war, and the media guy was like kind of asking a question, basically like, you know, how come you don't agree with our actions in Iraq? Like, why would you want to? Because at the time he was campaigning, he was saying he was going to pull out of Iraq. He was like, we're not making any money. Why are we doing this? We're not making any money. Why are we doing this? And then he didn't do shit about it. He didn't do shit. He like completely ignored, like literally. I mean, how many minutes did he spend on the ongoing conflicts? Did not do a goddamn thing about it. Maybe tried to nuke North Korea. I think that was one of his ideas. I just wanted to play that classic. All right, so here you go. I warned you. If you want to leave, I understand. I get you, but I had to watch this crap, so I'm gonna fucking make you do it too.
Georgia prosecutors took their RICO case to court today, a contrast to that closed process in the other two federal cases against Trump, where those antiquated sketches or handwritten notes are really the only clues we get about the process that unfolds in those federal courtrooms when Jack Smith faces off against defendant Trump. And
and you can 100% bet I'll be doing a bunch of special live streams covering this. You can 110% bet I'll be doing that.
Unindicted co-conspirators. Well, today, everyone can see every moment in this courtroom. We're showing it to you now. You could see it with your own eyes. This is the very first pretrial hearing for the Georgia RICO case against defendant Trump and others. As a matter of history, what you see here, what unfolds minute by minute in its own reality, is the first time people are seeing inside a courtroom where Trump and his co-defendants will stand trial.
Apparently this guy's a right-winger.
To steal an election, to abuse power in order to try to hold on to power illegally, say the prosecutors. We'll put that back up here. I want you to see this process. When you look at this judge, when you look inside this courtroom, this is where these defendants will be judged. At times, what you might see might remind you of any other courtroom in America. People standing and sitting for the judge, the bailiff, keeping order in the corner of the room.
Yeah, I love that this is going to be streamed.
Sometimes what
this
we
is
might
great.
see in there will be at times repetitive or dry.
This is
and
great.
yet what you are looking at is where these individuals will be judged for their alleged...
Davey, that may be true, but a grand majority of right-wingers support the right-wing project, and we'll be getting into that a little later today in the stream, something called Project 2025. But the project is install an authoritarian. Right-wingers agree with that. And that is a direct danger to our democracy.
...roles in the racketeering conspiracy to stage a coup. That makes today's hearing historically, legally, and substantively different for reasons that we all know, because seeing is different. Reading or hearing about charges or a booking is certainly something very different than seeing actual mugshots, as the nation and world felt when these bookings first hit. Now, today we see the process.
She didn't know what to do.
For these
she didn't know what to do. Just smile. I don't know if I smile. I don't know.
Co-defendants you see here, Ken Chesbro and Sidney Powell, making their case as their clients walk the line from that booking to this court process. And the co-defendants' lawyers asked why should one of them, Chesbro, have to deal with a jury who's going to sit there for weeks, if not months, listen to all this evidence related to other people. In this case, they mentioned Coffee County, Ms. Powell, arguing he's never been there. He's never met Ms. Powell. Now, I show you that because that is what they're entitled to do. They're making a fairness argument.
Cheeseborough wore makeup, dude. I just noticed this. So, I mean, she's definitely wearing makeup, right? You know, the bags under her eyes there. Homeboy wore makeup as well. Interesting.
About why?
I think I'd wear makeup too, actually, right? I mean, it's like literally going to be all over cable news, you know, for the next several months. You might as well try to look your best.
The man on the upper left should not be in the RICO case, the RICO trial of the woman on the lower left. But they lost today. The judge denying the motion to sever these cases. That's a win for the DA's prosecutors, who held firm that the law backs putting those two on trial together for their joint alleged RICO acts. They also, the prosecutors, broadened to argue today that trying this case once is better than, quote, the same case 19 times.
Judge, we contend that we must prove the entire conspiracy against each and every one charged. Each and every one charged. So the court, in the interest of judicial economy, would have to make the decision as to whether or not the court wants to try the same case 19 times.
Prosecutors today also hammering the point that in a RICO conspiracy, any one defendant is on the hook for what the others did in the alleged conspiracy, as long
I love their little
the
graphs and
is
charts
there that the prosecutors can prove that holistic case.
And so we've heard a lot from both sides, both defendants, about they didn't know the other people. They were located thousands of miles apart. They didn't even know that the other parts of the conspiracy were going on. But the case law is clear that that does not matter. Of course, anytime a person enters into a conspiracy, they are liable for all of the acts of all of their co-conspirators. And that's it. Evidence against one is evidence against all.
That's how RICO works, bitch.
Against all. So that's the case they're making. There are also the practical logistics. And what I mentioned here, as we break this down for you, the prosecutors were on offense today. They won that motion I just mentioned.
Yeah, I know he did. I was there.
Ran into some skepticism from the judge over the DA's plan for this fast, sweeping trial.
We will contend that a trial of these 19 co-defendants will take 4 months. In terms of the number of witnesses, they're in excess of 150 witnesses that the state intends to call.
It just seems a bit unrealistic to think that we can handle all 19 in 40-something days.
There you go. That's the judge basically saying to the DA, and she's represented here by those line prosecutors, same way Jack Smith, we see more.
So far, he hasn't done or said anything that I disagree with.
But it's the judge saying to the DA in her office, hey, are you really going to get this done this quickly? Now, several esteemed lawyers have said,
because I agree,
these coup cases in Washington and Georgia, what you see on your screen, could be the most important trials of any.
I think I saw something like they're going to be, there's like over 100 witnesses, like 150 witnesses or something like that. So Yeah, this isn't getting done in 19 days. Absolutely not.
U.S. government officials ever. Some say it could be actually the most important case in American history, period. You understand the power of imagery. We were showing this at the top of the show. You could see in the courtroom. You could see the judge. You could see the lawyers. You can experience.
Bet you didn't expect Bill fucking Maher. Blah! Here we go, folks. Yeah, we're doing it. Yeah.
What's going to happen, and whether that gives you California OJ vibes. It's a lot more than what you see in the Jack Smith federal case. What do you think this will do to our understanding?
Rank up
So
the
what
swarm.
happened in Georgia today? I've been it's been all my day getting ready for you. No, I mean I don't know what you're talking about.
They held a hearing.
Okay.
They ruled that the two of the Trump defendants who wanted to split actually have to be tried together. But I guess my question for you is, does it matter that Americans will see these cases play out on TV?
Yeah, it'll probably help Trump. I mean, first of all,
There's so much. There's like 50-50. I agree. I kind of agree with some of the stuff he says here. But I mean, the other 50% is like, what the fuck you talking about, dude? I love the neoliberal POV that this is going to somehow help Trump. And like, and the only consideration we need to make is, the hardcore MAGA, hardcore Trump people and how mad they're going to get, right? Does he talk about precedent in court? Does he talk about setting a standard for future presidents? Does he talk about any of these other reasons why we want to convict criminals at this high level? Why we would want to stem this kind of corruption and discourage this kind of corruption? No, because he's not concerned about any of that. All that shit benefits him. It's not really about that. It's like, oh, I don't really want to, piss off, this segment. And then there's also another correction I'm going to have to make when he talks about demographics. And it's clear, man. I mean, this guy's, he's been rich for too long. He's never really had to dig into this stuff. And it's amazing. He's got all these people who know everything around him, all these experts around him, all these people, talking to him and whatnot, but he's never actually looked at it, because if you're still talking about voting demographics in the way that you're talking, in the way that you're going to see here, you're just fucking ignorant, right? And it's kind of surprising to hear that out of Bill Maher, because I honestly expect a little bit better, but you'll see what I mean here in a second.
I concede to no man my hatred for Donald Trump. I think I established this better than anybody. I was the only one who was saying he would never leave office voluntarily when everyone else was laughing at me.
So you got to give him credit on that. He did make statements. He did make, bloviating statements on his show about how he's actually like, Bill Maher was showing that, wow, look what Trump is setting up. He's actually setting up to say that mail-in ballots should be disqualified and that, I'm still president. And it's clear what he was setting up. There was a 3 months before January 6th that it was like very clear that Trump was planning on doing something big.
Every Democratic politician, ha, ha, ha. Well, okay. You smoke too much pot, Bill. Turned out I smoked just the right amount of pot. Okay. Get that one right. But I got to say, the mugshot, he nailed it. He nailed that mugshot.
You mean the facial expression?
Unbelievable. He nailed it, and they love it.
So the mugshot's a win? Really? A U.S. president with a mugshot? There's no other way to take it because a bunch of fucking rubes are putting it on a t-shirt? That's the only way really? It's such a lack of fucking nuance. And I get he's a comedian. I get he's got to try to find the funny. I get that. But you're a political commentator as well, and you're not on stage. You're on the motherfucking news program with someone's slop ass desk behind you. Goddamn MSNBC team over here, MSNB team. So we get the slop ass desk and the half-hearted interview with Bill Maher because he can't work right now because all of his writers are on fucking strike, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to show that, because he shows his ass when having a conversation about that as well. But anyway, sorry, I'm interrupting too much.
The mugshot, he nailed it.
Welcome back, Woke Patriot.
Mugshot.
You mean the facial expression?
Unbelievable. He nailed it, and they love it. And, I think instead of having 5 trials, They should have combined them all into one "he's generally a piece of crap" trial.
Right?
Yeah, okay, that's a bad. I can see why you need your writer's bill. And that's not how it works, man. I get, and he's gonna hide. If he was right here, he'd be hiding behind, I'm just a comedian. I'm just trying to make jokes. No, dog, you're a political commentator at this point. You're on a fucking news program. Okay? Quit showing your ass. Show, this is your opportunity to show that you're actually plugged in, that you're actually paying attention. And you're not. You're not fucking paying attention. You're too fucking rich. You're too fucking insulated.
Of having 5 trials, they should have combined them all into one "he's generally a piece of crap" trial.
Right?
And that probably would. No, I mean, I said this a long time ago. At a certain point, to the people who like him, it just looks like, well, you couldn't get him on Russia. You couldn't get him on Ukraine. You couldn't get him on Stormy Daniels. So you just keep trying. And it just becomes white noise to them.
Yeah, and I love how they had to cut him because he was rambling and he wasn't making a good point. So he probably asked to cut because he honestly he's showing his ass. So the only concern that we need to have, this is such a neoliberal fucking, neoliberal Democrat idea too, right? This is like Hillary shit, right? Because the only concern we need to have is what our opponents are going to do and think, right? We need to constantly be reacting to them. We never get in front of them because we're only too concerned about how these group of maniacs are going to act. And then at the end of the day, we make all these concerns and we change our policies, we change the way that we approach things, and then they go ahead and do everything anyway. They call Joe Biden a fucking communist, right? Joe Biden will go out of his way to set policy. Oh, I'm not a communist. I'm proud of it. I'm not a socialist. I'm not this. I'm not that. And then the next day, Tucker Carlson does a 60-minute segment on how Joe Biden's the biggest socialist since motherfucking Joseph Stalin. Right? It doesn't matter. But I love how it's like literally that we need to be scared. We need to, we can't move forward. We can't move forward with our own agenda because we have to be so concerned with what the extreme right is going to say and do.
You just keep trying. And it just becomes white noise to them. A lot of conservatives have said to me, what you don't get is that we don't like Trump either.
Oh, I think that's fair. I mean, a lot of them don't, but then a lot of the politicians pretend to like him.
Right, but they see him as the one thing that is standing between them and something even crazier. And there is a lot of crazy on the left.
And the crazy on the left is the quote unquote cancel culture that he's under because he can't bring his crusty ass fucking 15-minute set from the 90s to a fucking college anymore, and people don't find it funny. All of a sudden he's being canceled. Yeah, Joe, you're being Bill, you're being canceled. Yeah, fucking right, dude. Yeah, right. Can't get your ass off TV, quite frankly.
And I think it would be helpful if the people who watch this would see that. Just crack a window a little bit and you maybe understand why people would. You have to try to understand why half the country is looking to Donald Trump as some sort of savior. Yes, it's not what we think, but, people are not self-deporting in this country. Half the country isn't going away. Even if the Democrat wins the next time, they'll still be here and they'll still have these views, and some of them are not crazy.
Half the country and some of them are not crazy, huh? Is it the tax cuts that you like so much, Bill? Half the country? I'm sorry, but the extreme MAGA is a minority of a minority. Okay? The first minority, so we have the entire population of the United States. The first minority is the voting minority. I think it's a little over 50% of the country votes, something around there. I'm sure someone can pull up the 100% accurate numbers, but there's a whole half of our country not participating in politics. So you got that minority right there. Left, right, center. Half of them don't even know who the fucking president is. And quite frankly, I'm jealous of them. So you got that whole half of the country gone. So you got that minority. Then the minority within that minority. So you have the left and the right. Well, the ultra magas don't make up, as Davey likes to point out, the ultra magas don't make up the majority even within their conservative party. They're just a loud minority, 30 to 40%. Rest of them are, oh, well, I really like Mitch McConnell's fascism, but I don't really like how loud and brash and annoying Trump is. But Republicans also know a winner when they see one. And they see Ron DeSantis, and they're like, he's not going to win us anything. Trump's going to win it. I mean, look at the polls. Trump and Biden, neck and neck. Which is, I'm going to be showing a clip, finally. I finally found the clip of MSNBC talking about how the Democrats need to be stepping up and criticizing this attack against the democracy because look at the poll numbers. So that's nice. But anyway, let's get back to fucking Shill Mar over here.
People are not self-deporting in this country.
It's not half of the country, Bill. It's not. And this is what I'm talking about. How can someone like this, supposed to be plugged in, say that? It's not half the fucking country. If you're paying attention, you know it's a minority within a minority. The ultra magas.
Looking to Donald Trump as some sort of savior. Yes, it's not what we think. But, people are not self-deporting in this country. Half the country isn't going away. Even if the Democrat
Thank you for those
wins the next
stats.
time, they'll still be here, and they'll still have these views. And some of them are not crazy. Trump is
absolutely.
crazy.
Well, you talk about here.
Welcome back to Israel.
And on this program.
And what fucking right-wing views are not crazy? What are you talking about? Because he's been dipping his toe into the anti-LGBTQ stuff as well. Because he identifies that as more of his cancel culture. Because now he can't make fun of trans people. Without people going, oh, that's distasteful. Oh, what do you mean? You're just woke. I can't do a trans joke anymore. You can do a trans joke. It just has to be funny. You can't just go, haha, man, lady, man. Haha, isn't that funny? Because that's what you want to do. That's your style of fucking comedy. Look it up. Look up his set. I listen to stand-up comedy. I've heard Bill Maher's set. Standard shit. Standard shit.
Program, we have a lot of Trump people on. We had John Eastman's lawyer on a week and a half ago explaining his view of what they're doing. So we're hearing that all. I do think there's a difference between, say, an honest debate about immigration or corporate power and some of what has become the magnified lies. In other words, and you talked about it with Joe, the lies are a larger problem to even have a working democracy.
It's so funny. I mean, after I was on Joe Rogan the other day, and yes, I don't understand how they can equate this equivalency between Trump and Biden, and in a lot of cases, I guess Joe's now for Trump, pretty much out there saying it.
Yeah. No, he's a centrist.
Do I love everything about Biden?
He likes Bernie.
But I just don't understand how they can look at what Trump did. Now, does the Hunter Biden scandal stink? It really does.
Yeah,
Stinks.
and this is where I'm going to have to agree with him because I mean there's some obvious corruption with Hunter Biden, and I wish they would just address it, convict him instead of giving him all this special treatment, because it does stink of hypocrisy. Okay. And the same thing with Hillary's emails. I mean, are you kidding me? You're going to subvert the Presidential Records Act by having your own email server? And you're talking about a bunch of crazy shit on there when we finally get the emails? And you just skate? And you just fucking skate? You just skate on that shit? Not even a fucking fee? Can't even shoot her a fine? So I do agree. I do think there's rank hypocrisy, and that does make, the fucking liberals, we care about democracy so much, and we're just the good guys, and you should vote. No, you're not. No, you're just stealing in a different way, and like I've said, you're enabling, neoliberals are enabling fascism. They're enabling the fascism. By we need a strong Republic. They want to keep the status quo going because they're cashing in. Meanwhile, the other side, that's not the plan that they're following. They don't agree with you. Mitch McConnell doesn't even agree with you, Nancy. Of course, it's Hakeem now, but are we kidding me? Has anything changed It might as well be Nancy fucking Pelosi. Has a single thing changed with the DNC since Hakeem Jeffries has taken over? It has been business as usual, up and down 100%. Not a goddamn thing has changed.
To the high heavens. I mean, that's real corruption there that a lot of the left-wing media will not cover. But it's nothing like what Trump did. I mean, there's
Yes,
just
exactly.
no equivalency to be. You can say whataboutism for anything.
What about Hunter? What
like
about
I said
Hunter?
to him, you just can't tell unlike
What about
things
our
apart
democracy?
If you see that the same way. But, you know, they also shouldn't cover up what I mean, if Don Jr. had done the things that Hunter Biden did, it would be every day.
Yeah. AI, super interesting. Big democracy challenge.
Okay. We're going to be skipping this, but I'll show you why in his response. But yeah, woke patriot. I mean, look, something. She didn't even get a slap on the wrist, dog. I mean, come on, the Records Act. I mean, you consciously hired somebody to make an email server so that you could do shady business. That's fucked up. And if that's the shit that you're doing brazenly, if that's the shit that you're out here doing brazenly, we should do an investigation to see what the fuck you're hiding. Hillary, you're over here blatantly breaking a clear transparency rule. It's clear, dog. You're not allowed to do that shit. So yeah, I think it is fucked up and it is hypocritical.
I'm going to play something for you that
you're going to, okay, no, we're skipping this because it's some stupid advertisement. Look at his response. Are you kidding me?
Well, they're not there yet. I mean, if you were fooled by...
He's just like, whatever, because it's like the AI saying, buy this crypto fucking
As a
thing.
new project that will help users increase their income exponentially.
Is this a closed software package?
Is this a closed software package?
That will help users increase their income exponentially.
Is this a closed software package?
So anyway, he doesn't have anything interesting to say at all. He's just like, it's not working, blah, 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 it's not working. But Ari transitions this into a more substantive conversation, but the whole thing is painful to watch.
I always thought Musk was right about AI. I mean, there was...
Okay, and then he talks about how Musk was right about AI, which I guess, he is, but honestly, I'd like to hear what his opinion is now that he's seen that you can make a lot of money off it. That because he's like, well, I wonder how many people I can fire at X if I implement AI, right? Because he's an oligarch. He now sees the potential of it. I think he was saying that because I think he was probably copying Isaac Asimov and he wanted to sound smart, right? He wanted to sound controversial and smart. But I think his opinion on AI is different now, quite frankly. But I don't know. I haven't heard any of his recent statements, but they are bringing up the statement by Elon, where he was warning people about AI. I'm curious if he holds that same opinion.
It's going to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer its way right into our hearts by fixing death.
So he's talking about AI and the possibility of AI in the medical industry, doing the things that humans simply couldn't do, making the connections that humans simply couldn't make. Obviously, it's not there yet. In 5 to 10 years, though, we might see AI making medical breakthroughs that we've never could have even fathomed in the past. So he's not wrong there. And he's making the argument because he's like, yeah, I'm in my 60s. I'm about to die. I'd really like some of those life extending drugs. I'd like to get some of those life extending drugs. And, hate the guy, love the guy. You do have to admit, you got to love his honesty sometimes.
Wow.
I mean, it's going to solve medical problems that have plagued us for years.
I see a woke patriot.
And being 67, this is really why I'm
67?
Yeah.
67. You look 66.
I'm all in, ha, ha, ha. Leave the jokes to the comedians. That's why I'm all in on AI for the parts that are going to help us. But yes, we have to put up guardrails, and it can't just be. And of course, they've done this already. Biden has had people to the White House, and they've kind of already agreed on a framework that says, look, we can't really let private companies run this completely. We can't just let this be a competition between people who are looking to profit.
Well, I think, and that's why these things, it's funny you say that, because
it already,
as always, back to policy.
It doesn't already?
Right?
Well,
It's not
Patriot.
that we all have a firm understanding where AI is going to go, but you just put your finger on it, and Elon, although I think he's been selective about it, at times he has also said, who's going to be running this, right? And if it is just a race to whatever you call it, the bottom of the profits,
right?
That brings us to the last thing we have to ask you about. We may tell more bad jokes, because I do that to bring, I try to bring.
Okay. All right. So this is where he shows his ass about SAG-AFTRA here. But I got to say, he is thankfully tiptoeing more than, than I thought he would be. I really thought he was going to come from a, you assholes need to get back to work, take the deal kind of angle. But that's not exactly his angle. And you'll see here. But also he does show his ass as well. A little bit. But I think, I think he would be happy if the rich guys would just take the deal. Especially if you just, I wish Ari, if like he would bring up these numbers that I brought, Woke Patriot. I brought up all those numbers. Thank you so much, by the way, for your contributions in the Discord. I forgot to give you credit for that. Sorry about that. I'll make sure to give you credit in the description. But yeah, that was all so I showed all that stuff, and I wish Ari had those charts ready, because the numbers are nuts. Less than 1% of their revenue, they got to give up less than 1% so that their workforce can earn a living. I mean, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Bring it out of you.
I can't wait.
But
welcome back, Mazco.
Inequality in America and the writers' strike, and the actors' strike, and Hollywood's not the poster child for this, but we have. I mean, look at Robert Reich saying, look, people can't even live without money coming in if you cut off most people's money. People lose track that these strikes are very hard on workers. If you're earning 20.
So you see what I'm saying? He's got time to bring, show the fucking chart. All you got to do is show the money chart. That's literally the only goddamn point that needs to be made is the goddamn money. Less than 1% of their revenues, dog. Right? Because they're like, oh, $500 million. Oh, that's so much money. Oh, I'm broke. Oh, I'm so broke. Oh, no, I'm broke. It's less than 1% of your fucking revenue. Shut the fuck up. Welcome back, Rob MQ.
6K and you go on strike. How are you going to live? You are in this. You've said some things about it. Here we are. I don't want to characterize what you've said, but should Hollywood come to the table, the owners, and do more for the creatives and the writers? And does it also reflect the larger inequality in America right now?
Yes, and yes. They should. By the way, why are you on? I mean, this requires writing. And, by the way, acting. You convinced me you're interested in that question.
He sounds jealous.
We have a great...
but he admits it.
If you're asking, there is a labor union that works within MSNBC, but we are not part of the Hollywood union because we're all nonfiction journalists. No, I mean, we have labor.
I'm sure that's true.
This is your favorite thing, by the way. You love to do this. I just gave you the actual. You love to turn it around. What about you?
But what about you? I'm jealous.
You're jealous. But do you think?
I'm jealous that you can work. Is The View still on? They have writers. I just did TMZ. They have writers.
But should the owners do more for the creatives? The people off camera, the people writing.
Yes.
Yeah,
every time the technology changes, there's a strike.
Yeah.
What I was saying, I think, the other day was that, that's the card you're dealt. The technology has changed. You can't turn back the hands of time, as Cher said. What? I know she's not a rapper, but
it counts. Counts.
Okay.
Here in the very moonlight of our segment, it counts.
In the moonlight of our segment.
Do I have that right? Was it the moonlight?
Yes.
No, moonlight.
In the twilight of our careers. So, okay. So this is the technology has changed.
Yeah.
Now it's about streaming. Now, of course, the problem with the streaming is that two of the biggest media companies now, Amazon and Apple, they don't care about this stuff. It's a side gig.
Yeah.
It's just a flex to impress their girlfriends to have movie companies. I mean, Apple sells phones, and Amazon sells hair scrunchies and tube socks.
So I guess the last question, I got 30 seconds.
You're fucking talking about. I mean, come on, dude. All right. I don't know. Okay. I guess I don't. I'm neutral on this statement.
Bad for culture that we have such giant techno finance
I want
companies
my fanboy
that are
Hooters,
so important to the culture that so many people care about.
Yeah, I guess so. But how are you going to reverse that? Again, this is where we are. It's how we deal with it now. What I keep asking is, why doesn't the governor of this state, this is one of our key industries, why doesn't he jawbone? That's what politicians
Get
used
involved.
to do.
Do you think Gavin Newsom should be more involved?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I agree.
This is show business. This is what we make out here.
I agree.
Get these knuckleheads in a room together and say, look, fix this.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the writers and the...
Okay, and this is where he shows his ass, because honestly, there's only one party here that needs to agree. They're not asking for a lot. They're not asking for a lot. They're really not. You know, they're asking for bare minimum survivability wages. You know, so there's only one party that needs to agree here. And this is, you know, oh, we got knuckleheads in there, you know. No, it's not both sides on this one, Bill. It is not both sides on this one. Okay? Fran isn't asking for the goddamn moon, all right? She's literally asking for livable wages and sustainable livable wages for her for her constituents. Fran Drescher.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is show business. This is what we make out here.
I love it, Kim Goblin.
Get these knuckleheads in a room together and say, look, fix this.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the writers and the actors who are out on strike and missing. It's the people who the people who are really suffering and don't make a lot of money to begin with.
Yeah.
And also, what about the restaurant next to the studio?
So he's not going, what about the rich guy? I got to give him credit on this one. He's not going, what about the rich guy? He is talking about the minimum wage, you know, the best boy, the guy who's holding up the mic, the set designer, right? Who's like cutting some wood or whatever. Okay. Yeah. Those people deserve a living too. Yeah. No, they don't have to. Oh, it's so glamorous to be in Hollywood. You should have to work slave wages to be here. That's not how it should work.
Yeah. And the guy who sells potatoes to the restaurant.
Especially around here.
You know, we're talking about hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, and lots of people who are losing their houses now.
Yeah. This is who we are. Mediocre neoliberals. So there you go. Like I said, 50-50 with Bill Maher. And I wanted to show that clip first because we just got done covering the union SAG-AFTRA stuff. And there was the final segment there was about that. So I wanted to show that. And I also wanted to show just how, goddamn out of touch Bill Maher is. He is, man. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Welcome back, Nidnack. All right, so we're moving on, guys. We just got to keep plowing through this. Okay, look, I did this, so do you. Okay, this is how I'm coping. All right, okay, I'm taking people through the battlefield of my mind. What I did to myself last night. This is actually over the course of a week. I've been posting stuff in the Discord from MSNBC. DeSantis slumps against quadruple indicted Trump. Even GOP tired of woke wars. So I'm bringing this up because I wanted to pat myself on my back. Sorry, folks. I'm bringing this up because I wanted to pat myself on my back because I was, we were counting the amount of times woke was used, and I was pointing out, it was only, I think it was like twice. It was like once or twice. Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis didn't say it once. We were all waiting for, woke and Hunter Biden and all this stuff. And it was like nowhere to be seen. Like, I think Chris Christie mentioned Hunter Biden a couple times and Nikki Haley mentioned woke a couple times. And that was it. So that is kind of interesting. We're not going to watch the whole, I guess it's 4 minutes. Maybe we'll watch it if it's interesting. We'll see. But I just wanted to point that out and pat myself on my back. So this is me doing a victory lap. I don't know. Why am I patting myself? It's not that big a deal.
There's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got
it makes me feel closer to the news. That's why. I feel like I did some news. I feel like I did a news thing.
Get these kids reading.
Presidential candidate Nikki Haley there criticizing woke education at that first debate. And while the term has been common in politics lately, it's actually declining in Republican circles, which is a shift. In fact, it may show the limits of these so-called culture wars. It turns out Haley's line was actually the only single time any of those 8 candidates ever said the W word over those 2 hours. New York
Whiskey Dick is Whiskey Dick, right?
Times reporting on that, noting that even Republicans are tiring of the war on wokeness, let alone independents or liberals. Indeed, outside of the discourse of political junkies, which we all may inhabit, most Americans hear the word woke and they think of it as positively associated with being awake to injustice.
I mean, this fascinates me because it really, I mean, being inundated with this shit, being in the goddamn, you know, sewage pit with the right wing, you know, in the rhetoric propaganda wars, it does feel like they were being super effective at using woke. You know, I don't use it. I've used it in the negative when I was talking about the Barbie movie. I was like, guys, it's like there's no other way to put it. Like this movie, like the politics ruined that movie. And if you don't want to call it woke or whatever you want to call it, but it was just like they ruined that movie with all this shoehorned politics. And it's not like I disagree with the politics. It's just I disagree with how they did it. It was just literally like Barbie almost like literally looks at the camera and goes, patriarchy bad, feminism good. I mean, it was like, it was crap. It sucked. It sucked. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's so goddamn popular. I don't get it. But, you know, as a lefty, because of the woke stuff, as a lefty, I'm like, I'm just not even going to, you know, dip my toes into this criticism. I'm not even going to tweet about it. It's not even worth a tweet. I literally, because like, oh, you're woke, you're anti-woke. If you're anti-woke, then you're pro-racist. It's like, well, no, it's like the politics totally ruined this movie, and I can't find a way to talk about that without being put into a box. So I give up. You win.
In our society. The New York Times, adding to polls of just Republican voters, found that GOP candidates were unlikely to win votes by narrowly focusing on rooting out woke or left-wing ideology in schools, media, culture, and business. Now, that kind of rhetoric is most closely linked to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And while his campaign slump may
I won't embarrass myself by trying to sing it, but Alice in Chains' Man in the Box fucking just slammed into my head, dude.
have many causes, I'm not going to tell you we have it all figured out or that there's only one. It probably doesn't help the cause that he was the anti-woke cause's chief spokesperson.
Yeah, okay. So he goes to spend the rest of the segment talking about how it's possible that Ron DeSantis' poll numbers are... Okay, I guess we should watch this because this is somewhat entertaining editing, but we've all seen this supercut.
Woke ideology,
woke
policies, varying woke jurisdictions, woke ideologues to try to out-woke. We fight the woke mob.
They have a memo stating that while critical race theory is a concern, it's not the driving force. If Republicans are solely focusing there, the RNC says, they're missing a wide swath of voters.
Yeah, well, it's funny, man. They will make these reports. They'll warn people that look at this. People care more about this shit than they do about this shit. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They keep pushing it. And look, and what they want to do is that instead of changing their rhetoric, instead of changing their politics, they want to change America to fit around them, right?
Live in a politics where so much is polarized or roughly 50-50, but take a look at this. About 68% of local school candidates who ran focusing on attacking the so-called wokeism lost their elections last year.
So that's interesting. So we have Steve Bannon, we have Charlie Kirk, TPUSA out here telling people run for local school boards, local office, run, exactly what I'm saying, right? Get involved civically, but they have millions and billions of dollars behind their message, and rich people are supporting them and helping them amplify their message. But that's what Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk are talking about. Get up there, run for office. That's, we're going to take it over from the inside. And they've had a massive, push of candidates that are trying to do that. And this is really interesting. Look at that, 68%. That's a pretty high fail rate. And that does give me hope for the future. It does give me hope that people are rejecting this, that, maybe we can get back to a sensible conversation with conservatives like Davey, who, we often vehemently disagree with, but at the very least, we're on the same reality plane. right? We're on the same reality plane. That's a big problem with talking to modern conservatives, is that we're over here on planet Earth. They're on fucking Pluto. They're talking about shit that just doesn't even exist. And it's hard to have a real debate about anything with that kind of magic thinking. So this does give me hope. Maybe it's not, maybe I am being hyperbolic. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm saying. But I'm going to show you some evidence that, will probably turn you into a cynic, because there's something called Project 2025 that we all need to know about. And it's very, very important. It's a direct attack against our democracy. It's a blatant and direct attack against our democracy, out and proud. No more hiding. Project 2025. Look it up.
Now that is a wide and total rebuke. The data is actually from over 1,000 school board races via Ballotpedia.
Wow. So around 1,000. That's amazing.
Because those are local races, they often don't make national news.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of things. So the RNC and Republican.
I mean, Ari, your company that you work for does have the ability and resources to do something like that. They just don't want to do that because there's no money in it, right? Yeah, that's the only reason, right? It's not like you guys. It's not like the great MSNBC couldn't run a segment nationwide about local races. It's not beyond your amazing capabilities. It's just that you refuse to do that because there's no money in it. Right, Ari? Oh, we're not going to talk about that. Oh, yeah, your bosses don't like that, right? Cut the segment.
Some of these Republican elites never cared much about this to begin with.
It's
arguing
true
that the Republican Party has rich donors who want tax cuts and a white working class. Those are kind of the two key groups.
I mean, the attacks against LGBTQ people have been effective, but the problem is that there's such a small portion of our population, growing though, because they're feeling more accepted even with all this hate around them. It's a lot of people, they've literally never met a trans person. And they're like, yeah, that's weird. I don't like it. But anyway, can I get higher wages, please? My manager at Wendy's is 17 years old and says that I haven't been performing up to standards. I got to feed my kids. I'm 47 years old and I got to please this 17-year-old manager. Please help me, Ron DeSantis.
And quote, the donor class gets tax cuts by providing the white working class with a culture war following whatever fads the conservative media establishment is promoting.
Interesting.
So you get the hype and the lip service for the fad for a while, but according to Komanduri, it can still be downplayed or just discarded the same way DeSantis can be forgotten.
Yeah, because they're nihilists. They don't believe in anything. It's all just about what's effective. It's like what I talk about. It's about what sticks. Right, the LGBTQ thing is sticking around because it sticks. People are scared by it. They don't know what it is. It scares them, so it sticks. Daddies don't want their babies to grow up to be trans people. That kind of shit. Right, so it sticks, but it's also like if it doesn't work, if it's no longer effective, if the numbers say it's no longer working, throw that shit in the trash. Find a new target to attack. Right. Moving on, we got more MSNBC cancer. Here we go, folks. So Mehdi Hassan asked Vivek. I mean, honestly, he tried to do a victory lap. Mehdi Hassan did with Vivek. Oh my God, look at him! Just look at him. Oh, he's proudly full of himself. The characters that are proudly full of themselves, even the scummiest of people hate them. There is a weird, I don't know if you'd call it humility with Trump, but there's like a weird connection. Like he's like a gross, fat, guy. He's like, he's like eating fast food and he's like, talking about hot chicks. You know what I mean? Like there's like relatable shit. If you're like a right winger in that demographic, right? You're like, yeah, I want to be like that. Right. So like, I don't know if it's humility, but if it's like this, even though he's shitting in golden toilets and he's a nepotism baby with a golden silver spoon and all that shit, like there's just this weird connection he has with the regular slob. And look at Vivek, man, just not even close, dude. Not even close, man. There's just nothing there. There's no connection there. And it's not even the color. It's not even the color. It's like, is homeboy going to go order a Big Mac on his way home? I highly doubt it. You know, is he going to go get a Diet Coke? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? But Mehdi Hassan over here got his ass beat in his first interview. Quite frankly, Vivek walked all over him, made him look great. So Mehdi Hassan is going to dig in a little harder, and he does get a few digs. But honestly, you tell me what you think, because I feel like Vivek, because look, don't come from the perspective of someone that's paying attention to politics. Come from the perspective of the mainstream. Okay? Come from the perspective of the mainstream, the people that want to be lied to, the people that want to be told sweet little lies, right? Come from their perspective and tell me if you don't think Vivek, you know, he definitely fumbles in some places. He doesn't look squeaky clean throughout the whole interview. But especially at the end when Mehdi Hassan just lets him basically give his campaign speech, you know, for the last 30 seconds of the interview. I don't know. It kind of feels like he comes out the winner again. And Mehdi Hassan is over here, you know, dropping the clips and doing a victory lap on MSN. Mehdi Hassan is literally being interviewed by other MSNBC hosts. And they're showing his interview here where he's like, yeah, I really kicked a lot of butt there. And I don't know. You tell me if that's the case here. Because honestly, Vivek, if he can stick this out, he's one of the more dangerous conservatives I've seen. You know, him and Matt Gaetz are incredibly talented rhetorically. Can tiptoe and dance and walk all around you if you're not careful. They're experts at this, and I'm afraid that even Mehdi Hassan over here, who all of a sudden knows how to do journalism, right? I've seen him with other right wingers. I haven't seen him do this with other right wingers. All of a sudden, Mehdi Hassan knows how to ask people questions over and over again to try to get the actual answer instead of letting them lie to him. Isn't that funny when these mainstream journalists all of a sudden remember how to do journalism? Almost like they're intentionally mollycoddling the opposition, right? For fucking ratings or some other calculation so that they don't piss off their bosses. Anyway, let's get to it.
Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you so much for coming on the show today. You and I both grew up as kids of Indian immigrants who loved to debate, super confident, perhaps overconfident in our views. But here's the difference. I kind of know my limits. You, on the other hand, having never held or even run for any elected office before, be it Congress or even school board, having not voted in 3 presidential elections in a row, suddenly now want to be president, go straight for the top job on planet Earth. Your critics would say that's the epitome of tech bro arrogance. What is your response to them? I get that you're an outsider. Personally, I like outsiders. Yeah. But what have you done that even qualifies you to be president of the United States?
So, kind of sets him up, right? Kind of sets him up really great. And Vivek fucking slam dunks it.
So look, Mehdi, I have been taking on bureaucracies my entire life. I took on the bureaucracy of big pharma starting in my late 20s.
Okay. This is great though, because Mehdi is going to be calling him out on this. I'm a man of the people fucking bullshit with this pharmacy company shenanigans. So this is going to be good. Trust me.
At a time when I think pharma was corrupt and going in a lot of directions that they shouldn't have been. I actually built a multi-billion-dollar business developing medicines that pharma had abandoned.
He literally, that pharma had abandoned. He did the Martin Shkreli fucking thing. He bought a drug that people fucking depend on every day of their life, right? They get something happens in their old age or something. They got to buy the pill every single day. There's a million of them. There's a million of these fucking pills, right? So these fucking goobers, like Martin Shkreli, they buy it. They buy the whole company. They buy the rights to the drug and then jack it up 3, 4, 5 times. Jack it up to such an incredible rate that all of a sudden people are going bankrupt and losing their house because they can't afford the drug that they fucking need to live. That they fucking need to live. So you're not a fucking genius, okay? You're not a genius taking drugs that people need to fucking live and jacking up the price and cashing out. You're not a fucking genius. And he's all like, that big pharma abandoned. No, big pharma decided not to profit as much as you wanted to off it. Oh, they abandoned. They should have. There's a lot of demand for this drug. People need this drug to live. You should quadruple. You could quadruple it and people would still pay for it. You're a fool. You're just sleeping on this. This man wants to run the goddamn free world. My ass.
Bureaucracies my entire life. I took on the bureaucracy of big pharma starting in my late 20s, at a time when I think pharma was corrupt and going in a lot of directions that they shouldn't have been. I actually built a multi-billion-dollar business developing medicines that pharma had abandoned. I took on the ESG bureaucracy, competing with firms like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard to build a successful firm called Strive. Yes, none of that is in government, but it is in the private sector. It involves taking on bureaucracies.
Okay.
And that exactly is my mission here, is taking on the biggest bureaucracy of all, that in the federal government in Washington, D.C. And the other thing I'll add to that, Mehdi, is it's not just
he
the
wants
outsider
to gut
pitch.
it. He wants
I think
to
we do
gut
need an
it.
outsider. I think it's good to have a business background. But I'm also an outsider who deeply understands the law and the Constitution in this country. And I think that's the unique combination that actually makes this my calling. And I hope that we're going to be successful in reviving this country.
So you talk about your business background. Let's talk about that. You made your name and made a lot of your early big money from pushing an Alzheimer's drug that had already failed 4 clinical trials when you bought it. You then talked it up on CNBC and Forbes on the cover.
OG in the
your
house.
Company subsidiary shot up by billions in value when it went public in 2015. But then the drug failed its phase 3 trial on your watch. The company lost 75% of its value in a single day. Ordinary investors like the California State Teachers Pension Fund lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you cashed out beforehand via your parent company to the tune of, I believe, over $37 million. Your critics say it's a classic pump and dump scheme. What do you say to them?
Yeah, Mehdi, that's the standard opposition research during politics reading line. Anybody in the biotech industry knows this story very well. 99.7% of Alzheimer's drugs have failed. That's thousands of drugs. Mine was one of them. But the company I founded, Roivant, developed a range of medicines. And the way I made my money was not through the failure.
No. So he's got a great response for this. He's ready for this shit, dude. He's I swear to God, he was in a motherfucking cave for a whole year, like Batman, you know, with people just like throwing everything at him. Like, oh, okay, we did a deep dive on you. Okay, we're going to pretend like we're Democrats attacking you. And this is how you're going to argue your way out of it. He's got an answer for all this shit. So what's his answer for this? Is like, oh, Mehdi, you just don't even understand the industry. That's you're twisting the numbers. You're twisting the facts. You're ignorant. Look, I know you're ignorant on it. That's okay. And Mehdi has to admit his ignorance because, you know, he can't just sit here and pretend like he's an expert. Vivek ran a whole pharmaceutical company, so he can claim expertise on it. It's actually a fucking really smart, rhetorical way to get back at this, you know, hey, aren't you a fucking dirty capitalist that pumped and dumped a critical drug and then made your money and bailed? Oh, no, not at all. If you were more knowledgeable on the industry, you would actually know I did this, and this. It's actually a really great way to get around this.
Drugs have failed. That's thousands of drugs. Mine was one of them. But the company I founded, Roivant, developed a range of medicines. And the way I made my money was not through the failure of that Alzheimer's drug. This is one of the pieces of misinformation from opposition research. I could have sold shares in that subsidiary Alzheimer's company, but didn't. So the person who was hurt by that was me.
Hold on.
But
you say this a lot, but you did sell shares in Roivant, and you made $37 million.
And Mehdi,
$37 million.
Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience. Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience to be accurate. That is shares in a different company, not Axovant. And those shares that I sold are worth, and those shares are worth dramatically more today. So I would have made more money had I held on to those shares. So don't believe what the opposition research purveys through the media.
It's not opposition research. We looked at your tax returns, which you very kindly have released.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I voluntarily released because I want to be transparent.
You made $300,000 in 2014 on capital gains. In 2015, after the IPO of this Axovant, you made $37 million in capital gains. Yet others didn't make that kind of money.
After Mehdi, give me a break. After Roivant, the multi-billion.
I mean, honestly, right wingers are not going to be like, oh wow, he made $57 million with $47 million. Oh, shameful. Right wingers don't do that. They go, high five, bro. Great job, homie.
business that developed 40 plus medicines. Yes, I sold shares in that, and that business, if I may actually allow you to know how I made my money, developed 5 FDA approved therapies that are now FDA approved today.
After you sold
one
the
of them is a
companies.
life-saving
They weren't
therapy
FDA
in
approved
kids.
when you were CEO,
Another
were
one.
they?
They were FDA. Actually, over the time that I developed them, we took them all the way through phase 3, and then we did a $3 billion deal that actually
they were approved a year and a half later after you sold the company.
Yes, so Mehdi, I'm not going to fault you for not knowing the first thing about biotech because that's not your job. But getting through phase 3 is the final stage of clinical testing.
See what I mean? It's effective.
Yes, my company did a $3 billion deal that actually did make money for those shareholders. And so, yes, I have built Roivant's a publicly traded company, nearly $10 billion public company today that I built as the sole founder from scratch, as one of several companies that I've built. So, yes, I have a business record that I'm proud of and will equip me to lead this country.
You mentioned stage 3 trials. The Alzheimer's drug failed it after you did a lot of touting of it. You say 99.7% failed. You never said that at the time. Do you have any regrets about how you hyped that drug?
He's got a great response. He's got a great response for this too.
The drug. Do you regret hyping it?
We did not hype the drug. To the contrary, actually, one of the things that I found
this week.
Well, I can't speak for what Israel. I haven't read any article that you're quoting, so I don't exactly know what you're referring to. The fact of the matter is, though, I have been transparent at every step of the way. Everyone who is in the biotech industry knows that Alzheimer's disease is the graveyard for medicines. But I still think it's an important area of need. And I'll say this, Mehdi, is, you know what? If I serve for 2 terms, I'm still going to be in my 40s when I leave the White House.
It's a good response.
It is a personal passion of mine to come back and see if Alzheimer's disease hasn't been cured. I do want to play a role in still delivering.
Guys, isn't this great? Even though he'll be king of America, literally running an empire for life, he will actually step down so that he can become a fucking biofirm, biochemistry capitalist, and he's gonna spend all of his money and time. He's like Tony Stark. He's gonna retire from being a superhero and just use all of his genius and ability to like cure cancer or something, right? But he's like, I'm tired of the spotlight. I'm gonna go save the world over here. God, this guy's a hero. I can't believe it. We're so lucky. Great.
Treatments and cures for that disease. And people who don't take risks don't achieve meaningful impact. The medicines that I did develop, I'm proud of. And you don't get there without having a number of medicines that you test along the way.
Make me live forever.
And the other thing I will say is our success rate under my watch was higher than probably nearly 99.9% of biotech startups in the last decade. So yeah, I stand by that record. I'm not afraid of taking risks. That's part of the American spirit, and I stand by it.
Technically, the successes were a year and a half after you sold the company, but we'll get bogged down. Let's talk politics.
Mehdi, that's dead wrong, and I would sorry to say you're embarrassing yourself in front of anybody who knows anything about biotech for knowing that phase 3 trials are the final stage.
Okay.
The final stage, the FDA phase 3 studies succeeded. So you're barking up the wrong tree, but we can continue to move on.
Let's talk politics. We do. We want to talk lots of stuff.
Sure.
You're an advocate, your critics say, of fantasy politics, of magical thinking. They say you propose stuff that can't be done. For example, you said on Meet the Press the other week that if you had been in Mike Pence's place on January the 6th, you would have insisted on first passing a bill that night to bring in single-day voting on Election Day with paper ballots.
That's inaccurate.
Interesting point, dirty crackhead, about Alzheimer's.
I never said that.
You what you would have done on January the 6th, and you said I would have done this. And
I said what I would have done differently is that I was precise about the period between, and this is still ambitious, I will admit, but at least let's get my view correct. It is ambitious. Between November 4th and January 6th, I think it was an opportunity for heroism.
I mean, honestly, any other response that isn't, I would have certified the election, because I might have been talking over it when they started here. I can start over, but he was asked in his previous interview. He was asked, "Would you do anything different if you were Mike Pence?" And any other response that isn't, "No, I would have certified the election. Thank you for your question." Any response that isn't that means you are willing to destroy the constitutional norms, everything, because we're not talking about a silly little rule here. We're talking about disregarding hundreds of millions of Americans. We're talking about disregarding our entire electoral system that we've held for, like over 100 years now. We're talking about disregarding, everything, throwing it all away. And look at this guy talking about how he would basically do a goddamn Trumpian deal. We're going to do a review. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. You are a danger to democracy. You are a danger to, to everything we know and love, man. No bars are held. It's no bars held, man. No holds barred. There we go. What am I talking about? No holds will be barred. Right? You will shit over everything. Every tradition, the Bill of Rights out the window, Constitution out the window. Electoral college out the window. As bad as it is, you're just going to disregard that as well. Become a fucking dictator. That's what you're talking about. You're hemming and hawing around it. And quite frankly, Mehdi Hassan, he thinks he's slam dunking him, but you need to have some anger here, Mehdi. You need to have some rage at this. We are talking about the dissolving our America. We're talking about dissolving the whole thing. Oh, not that big a deal. We're just gonna not that big a deal into a full-blown straight up dictatorship, huh? And we gotta feel the barbs of a dictatorship before we're like, hey, is this a dictatorship? When did that happen? Holy shoot. Golly gee. It's a dictatorship around here. I didn't see that coming. I tell you what. They got us out of the blue. Didn't see it coming. Holy shit. Boy, they got us. Anyway, back to my regular life, except no. Because you know what? Now you're living Vivek's life. Now you're living that Vivek life. Where you're a motherfucking serf if you're lucky. Do you know what a serf is? Someone who is given just enough to go to work and go back home. Just enough to stay alive, and they're happy, and they should be happy for it. That's what a serf is. That's what Vivek wants you to be. You'll rent everything and you'll be happy about it. I guarantee you he agrees with it. So yeah, I'm going to bust out the cliches today, folks. Wake up. Wake up. What the fuck? Any other response that isn't, yeah, I would have certified the election. Thank you for your time. Is I am an enemy to America. I am an enemy to democracy. I will break all the taboos. I will destroy all constitutional norms to hold on to power. I will do everything possible to hold on to power. They're telling us who they are. They are telling us who they are. Am I wrong? Straight up telling us, I would have done it different. I would have done it different. I wouldn't have certified the election. I would have done this. I would have done all these other things. Trying to get the result that I wanted.
Trials are the final stage.
Okay.
The final stage, the FDA phase 3 studies.
Lots of stuff. Sure. You're an advocate, your critics say, of fantasy politics, of magical thinking. They say you propose stuff that can't be done. For example, you said on Meet the Press the other week that if you had been in Mike Pence's place on January the 6th, you would have insisted on first passing a bill that night to bring in single-day voting on Election Day with paper ballots.
That's inaccurate.
Government-issued ID.
I never said that night. I never said that night.
What you would have done on January the 6th, and you said I would have.
That's a direct quote. That's a direct quote from a video interview. And I didn't say that. Direct quote from a video interview. I didn't say that. Fake news. Fake news.
I never said that night.
What you would have done on January the 6th. And you said I would have done this. And
I said what I would have done differently is that I was precise about the period between, and this is still ambitious, I will admit, but at least let's get my view correct. It is ambitious. Between November 4th and January 6th, I think it was an opportunity for heroism.
Just to be clear, you never said anything
absolutely have
about
said it
November.
every step.
Let's play the clip, guys. Do we have the clip?
I've said this in countless forums.
Let's have a listen to the clip.
On your Chuck Todd splice script, in all of my written statements and everything I've said,
hold on,
we've
we're
said
playing the clip.
He's floundering here.
Between the election, here's what I would have said: we need single-day voting on Election Day. We need paper ballots, and we need government-issued ID matching the voter file. And if we achieve that, then we have achieved victory. And we should not have
I agree,
any further
Zio.
complaint about election integrity.
So
I would have
you
driven
have done
it through the Senate.
So what would you have done with Mike Pence? You would have not certified the election?
So in my capacity as president of the Senate, I would have led through that level of reform. Then on that condition, certified the election results, served it up to the president, President Trump, then to sign that into law, and on January 7th, declared the re-election campaign pursuant to a free and fair election.
Vivek, not only do you not...
Yeah, no, Zio Duke saying, hey, I agree with paper ballots. And, quite frankly, I do as well. I don't really give a shit about Dominion or any of these other private companies. I think we should go back to paper ballots. And I think the whole thing should be funded by the goddamn government. I don't think there should be any private entities in there at all. Right wings and left wing company. Famously, wasn't it Pete Buttigieg or something owned a fucking election app company or some bullshit? Didn't we find that out during Bernie? So yeah, no, I don't like this idea at all. Paper ballots, that's great. But he's also talking about cutting off the vote after 24 hours. That's what they mean by single day voting. They say, once 24 hours hits, we're done counting. Right? Because why? Because it benefits the right wing. There's no other reason. Welcome back, Ghost of Evan. So yeah, no, I mean, he goes through it pretty quickly, but that's the first thing he says is single day voting, which is cut the vote off after 24 hours, which is such an obvious grift. It's fucking hilarious that they're even trying for it. You're fucking thieves.
Not mention anything about November, but let's say you did do November. That joint session was not a legislative
that's still
session.
ambitious.
The
That's still
vice
ambitious.
president doesn't have the power to introduce legislation. Neither party would have backed such a bill.
Oh, come on,
and it couldn't have
Benny.
been passed in a day.
The
You're
fact
just
of the
saying
matter is,
naive stuff
the
that can't
president,
be done.
the president and vice president absolutely drive legislation through Congress. That is exactly how
but
things
Trump
work.
wasn't doing legislation.
Now,
He was busy pushing the big lie.
Exactly,
you
woke
pointed out
patriot.
yourself in your books.
Well,
so he wasn't
and
there.
I wasn't
Mike
the vice
Pence could
president of the
not
United States.
have passed a bill. But
And
you
I was
asked
not the
what you
vice
would have done
president of the
if
United
you were
States.
Mike Pence.
You guys in the media,
What would you have done?
you guys in the MSNBC crack me up to sort of create a hypothetical situation to say, if you had been vice president, what would you have been doing?
This is literally his hypothetical that he's trying to create. He's trying to recreate his quote by inserting this hypothetical about this November 4th panel or some shit. And now he's like, you guys created the hypothetical. So he's floundering a little bit here. He really doesn't have a good answer outside of, well, I just want to do it because it would benefit the right.
I'm telling you exactly what I've been doing, but you're saying, but that's not what Donald Trump was doing. This is
Mike
a joke.
Pence asked you,
Let's
hold on,
actually
Vivek,
have
hold
a
on.
substantive conversation.
Hold
do you want to
on.
have a substantive conversation
Hold
about
on.
what should have happened, or do you want to play a game of gotcha? Because you have the choice. The choice is yours. Do you actually want to have a substantive conversation? If you do, I'm down to do it. Do you want a substantive conversation? What we need.
You've said substantive 4 times.
Actually, if you want to get a word in, if you're going to speak the truth and ask a legitimate question, have at it.
I think
Let's
it is a
actually have a
legitimate question.
substantive
Multiple
conversation.
people wondered about your knowledge of how Congress works, suggesting Mike Pence, by the way, on the debate stage asked you if you would have supported what he did. It's not an MSNBC question. It's a Republican vice president question.
Yes.
So fine, you don't want to answer
what
it.
I'm
You think
saying
you
is
could have
it
passed
was
the
a
bill.
missed opportunity for heroism, not in one day, but I think that in a period of 2 months. And I think you're a smart guy.
It
You
couldn't have been
understand
done
this.
in a lame duck
There's
Congress,
an American
Vivek. You're
confidence.
a smart guy.
I
You know
think
it couldn't have been done in 2 months.
I think under extraordinary circumstances, in extraordinary times, we have an American Confidence in Elections Act. It's literally making its way through Congress now. ACE. I support it.
Or he could have said, I would have certified the election. Thank you for your question. Does anyone believe that this man is not a danger to democracy? Look at he won't say it. He won't say it. I mean, maybe it's some political thing, right? Because he's trying to be Trump and he has to shit on Mike Pence. So he has to say the decision that Mike Pence made was wrong, right? We have to do the stop the steal ruse. We have to keep that unreality alive. So maybe that's the angle here and he doesn't actually believe it. But any other response, honestly, is like, no, I don't have any regard for democracy and I'm going to change everything. I'm going to change everything. I'll do whatever I can. Martial law. Yeah. Does martial law keep me in office past the 4 years? Great. Martial law then. Whatever. Technically, I'm still president. Technically, I'm here. That's all that matters, right? I mean, that's how these people work. So, I mean, this guy is a danger to democracy, and I hope he crashes and burns. But so far, like I said, you'll see here. I mean, you know, he's fumbling a little bit here, but I don't know, man. He comes out on top, if you ask me.
I think if we had gotten that done during that window, further we said single-day voting on election day as a national holiday.
And Mitch McConnell wouldn't have agreed to a national holiday.
Democrats should agree to it.
We can argue forever.
I think Democrats should agree to it.
That's a different
argument.
It wouldn't have
I
happened,
think
is
we're
what
still
I'm
going to get
saying.
that done.
But don't fuck with hypotheticals, guys. Let's have a real conversation. Anyway, this is what I think things should be
done when I'm the president.
Okay.
When I'm the president, not in some fantasy land where I was vice president in some other year in the historical history.
My hypothetical, not yours.
Understood.
This is what we're going to do.
Let me ask a question so we don't run out of time. Please don't filibuster. I just want to ask a question about when you're president, you said this is your words. Quote, if you want to stay out of no-win wars and make America stronger at home,
100% DHC.
I know how to get that done.
DCH.
Genuine question, Vivek, not a gotcha. How? How do you know how to get that done? With respect, you've literally never done anything like that in your life. I could go out on the street outside the studio, grab someone. They have as much experience as you do of keeping us out of foreign wars. That's not an insult. That's just a statement of fact.
No, it's not an insult. It's a fact, right? And it is also a fact that everybody else who does have experience in the foreign policy establishment has been sending us into no-win wars for a long time. Both of those are facts. Here's how I would do it. Let's get specific, and I'm glad we've finally gotten to the doorstep of that.
And it's so funny that he could actually have a massive slam dunk here if he was pro-Ukraine. Because pro-Ukraine, I mean, like, seriously, Ukraine is one of the most successful United States military interventions in fucking history, dude. Like, you should be rah-ing that. It's a slam dunk. He's all, the Israel stuff is interesting. That's probably the only thing that I'm like, whoa, really? Okay, we're going to be principled on Israel, huh? That's interesting. Maybe that has something to do with this race. Maybe that has something to do with, that's like white people versus brown people. Maybe that's how he's framing it. I don't know. The Israel stuff is interesting, but all right, let's get back to it.
Actually discussing a policy agenda. Here's what I would do. Pull Russia apart in its military alliance with China.
Okay, I'm not going to bloviate on this, but he's so wrong about how Russia would react if we stopped helping Ukraine. It's actually hilarious and like, no way you actually believe it. No way you're this fucking naive. No way you're like, are you actually stupid? Like, are the yes men around you just like no one had the balls to tell you, sir, Russia is not going to abandon China if we give them Ukraine. That is not going to happen, sir. Can anyone tug at his fucking coattails to let him know that this is a terrible fucking idea?
Here's what I would do. Pull Russia apart in its military alliance with China. Those two countries are in a military treaty
Ukraine
dating back to 2001. That is the single greatest threat that the United States faces. So I would end the Ukraine war on terms that, yes, allow Ukraine to at least come out with its sovereignty intact, which may not even be the track they're on right now. But in return, and also make a commitment that NATO will not admit Ukraine to NATO. In conjunction, and by the way, for people in the foreign policy establishment, they forgot that Gorbachev was made that promise by James Baker in the United States in 1990. So keep our word there, but in return, actually make
that. You know what? That is such a loose ass motherfucking excuse. That shit was that even like a written document or anything? All of a sudden, we got to honor every single fucking thing said. We made a promise to a diplomat in Gorbachev's regime fucking 30 years ago, and we gotta stop helping Ukraine because of it, guys.
A hard requirement that Vladimir Putin exit his military alliance with China and remove his Russian military presence from the West.
So that's okay. So this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, what are you like? One of his yes men needs to tell him, like, bro, geopolitically, that is not how it would go down, like at all, bro, for real.
actually make a hard requirement that Vladimir Putin exit his military alliance with China
you say this many
and remove
times.
his Russian military presence from the West. That's
And
the deal that I would do.
Again, the fantasy
that
land
secures
is why
peace
would
and advances
Putin
American
just
interests.
agree with you? Why? Because you asked nicely, Putin will hold his word. He'll pocket your concessions and not just carry on dealing with his biggest trading partner, China?
Well, here's the thing. I actually think that China shouldn't be his biggest trading partner. I think it's a mistake that we've
Guys, can we stop with the hypotheticals and let's get serious?
Closed off economic relations with Russia. I would lead both the United States and the West to reopen economic relations with Russia because Putin does not enjoy being
Zio Duke, I think you're talking about the lies of NATO, the fact that NATO constantly says that it's a defensive organization when it's clearly encroaching on Russian territory and acting antagonistically, even when Russia was seemingly trying to act like an honest actor. All of that is, of course, changed after the invasion of Ukraine. But it's pretty hard, right, to it can't be ignored. It can't be ignored, though, because the United States and NATO and the West never ever respected Russia's demands, not ever. And like, quite frankly, though, retroactively, once again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, retroactively, NATO and the United States and the West seemingly were 100% correct. Maybe if a character like Gorbachev was still in charge, right, and it was like, hey, come on, man, I'm trying to make an honest attempt here to, to cooperate and work with the rest of the world and open up our markets and democratize my society and all these things. And that's not the case. We're dealing with a dictator in Putin, and who's obviously wanting to conquer, straight out of Attila the Hun, man, straight out of the motherfucking 1800s, rolling in with your army. So quite frankly, NATO and the West kind of, I don't know what to say, man. They kind of nailed it. Every member, let me ask you a question. Do you think any current member of NATO wants to leave NATO? Right? You give them the most moral argument, show them every single lie and broken contract and broken promise from NATO and the United States to every member of NATO. You have a meeting with the leaders of those NATO countries, and you say, look at all the lies of NATO, look at the aggression. Do you think they would leave that meeting and want to leave NATO? Right? And that's real politics, right? That's what it is. That's geopolitics, right? That's what it looks like. That's the reality of the situation, is that Russia is flexing its power, and the countries that are members of NATO are quite happy with their membership for a good goddamn reason.
Xi Jinping's little brother. Mehdi, you're a smart guy. Look at what he's done. He's actually sent weapons to both India and Vietnam right after the February 2022 meeting he had with Xi Jinping. There are cracks in that armor, but we need to actually open our eyes to see the opportunity staring us in the face.
We will have to agree to disagree whether we think that you can persuade Vladimir Putin to drop his alliance with Xi Jinping. You have made truth the centerpiece of your campaign. So let's talk about your trustworthiness.
He does.
Yes, for example, when CNN quoted you talking to the...
No, he sells T-shirts with truth on it. It is Orwell. Orwell's resurrected, dude. It's Vivek Waswamy. It's him, dude. It's Orwell. He's alive. He's using all of his techniques.
About 9/11 and federal agents possibly being on the planes. You said the quote is wrong, actually.
We won't get into 9/11.
The quote wasn't wrong. The Atlantic released the audio of what you saying exactly what they said you said. Let me finish the question.
Let me be crystal clear.
Let me finish the question.
Atlantic should release the whole tape. They've refused to do it. Yeah.
You said on Twitter Spaces last month that no, you had never supported Bernie Sanders' Masks for All legislation, but you literally put out a tweet in July of 2020 calling it a sensible idea. You also said not once but twice in June and July that the first time you'd ever voted was in 2020 for Trump, but in fact the first time you voted for president was in 2004 for a pro-choice libertarian candidate. How can people believe what you say?
So, Mehdi, let me just go through one by one. The Atlantic, yes, purposefully spliced an out-of-context quote where we have challenged them They released the tapes. We asked them for the tapes first. They didn't give them to us. They waited then to splice them and release them publicly. I challenged The Atlantic to release that entire conversation. And what was a conversation about how many federal agents were in the field.
You said was wrong. We all heard it. We can play it if you like. No, it is exactly word for word what she quoted to you. You said they put words in your mouth.
Look, if you want hard facts, here are hard facts. That day, The Atlantic printed it. I said, that looks like something that never captured the character of our conversation. Can you ask Atlantic for the tapes? They said they would refuse to release the recording to us. So when Caitlin asked me about it, I said, that does not at all sound like the context of what I said. And then, it turns out The Atlantic releases a very, everybody should listen to it.
You're putting words in my mouth.
It functionally sends the wrong message,
You could have said, functionally. Okay. You could have said it's out of context. You said
it was so badly taken out of context that it misled their audience. It was so badly taken out of context, it was basically a lie and it misled their audience. But ask The Atlantic to release it. So my view here is, here's what I've learned, the media distortion filters. Mehdi, if they are going to cut something before and after without the question of what the guy is that came beforehand, come on, why wouldn't The Atlantic? Why are they so reluctant to release the whole recording?
Maybe
Ask
because the
yourself
audio
answer to
they
that
released,
question.
you're still
Of course
denying
it is,
you
they're
said
hiding
what's on
something.
the audio. Okay, let's ask you this question. Is Donald Trump,
it's a
as
joke
you say
that
now,
the media is going to selectively edit this, and this is the way this game is played. Politics is dirty. That's okay. I'm ready for it.
It's not edited, just to be clear. Is Donald Trump, as you say now, the best president of the 21st century?
Of the 21st century. Yes, he was.
Let me ask my question. Let me finish the question. Is Donald Trump, as you say now, the best president of the 21st century, who you say you want as an advisor and a mentor if you become president? Or is Trump, as you've said in the past, in your books, on Twitter, a, quote, sore loser who is a, quote, danger to democracy and who did, quote, downright abhorrent and egregious things on January the 6th?
Oh, man. So that was in 2021 at the beginning of the year in January. So in between then, the release of his book, so maybe the book release didn't really go so well. He wasn't making a splash amongst the Andrew Yang gang, right? Because this is kind of like, maybe he was trying to catch that kind of wave, these people that are like socially somewhat liberal but are extreme hardcore capitalists and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a capitalist solution for everything. Sometimes they call themselves libertarians, but libertarians wanting to lower the age of consent and all the other insanity, that's really not the direction. So they're always looking for like a new way. They're starting a lot of parties that's kind of like that, new direction, new way, right? A new, what is that? There's a new one. There's a new one that just came out a couple months ago. No, it was from last year. What do they call themselves? Kristen Cinema is a member, and I think Joe Manchin is as well. But it's basically like corporatist Republicans that don't agree with all the anti-abortion religion and all that kind of stuff, right? But it's like, hey guys, there's a lot of money to be made here. Why are we stopping the gravy train for all these stupid religious regions? Like, let's get out of the identity politics and let's all get rich, kind of folks. So maybe that didn't work out for him. And, he saw the returns on his book. He wasn't getting the interviews. No one was calling him up. And he was like, you know what? Let's do a pivot. This feels like a pivot, doesn't it? He's like, yeah. He sat down with his team because he's got a team. He has a team. He sat down with his team and he said, okay, this is the new direction. What are we going to do? We're going to go full Trump emulation. We're not going to do the corny shit like Ron DeSantis. We're going to look at Ron DeSantis's failures. I bet you he had this PowerPoint, dude, up on the screen. Fucking Ron DeSantis's failures. What worked for Ron DeSantis? What didn't work? How can we do it differently? How can we emulate Trump in the way that people want that could be successful, but without making it look so damn corny? Because, like, remember when Ron DeSantis was doing the Trump gestures? That shit was so cheesy. So you can't go that hard, but, yeah, but we're going to say, we're going to attack you with these comments that you said, oh, he's deplorable, he's this and that. So this is how you're going to handle it. That's what I mean. Like, it feels like this guy was in a fucking bat cave for a whole year getting beat up, by, professional debaters and, getting ready and having a response for all this stuff. Because it's like, no, we're going to make a splash. I'm going to get on the debate stage. I'm going to make a big fucking splash. Full Trump emulation. Trump is toast. Either he's arrested or he's dead. Whatever. Someone needs to fill the vacuum. This is how we're going to do it. That's how it feels. It feels like he has a game plan Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's all ready to go. Like, he's got a fucking 5-stage game plan, and this is like stage 1 or maybe even stage 2.
Which one is he, Vivek?
So to be crystal clear, between George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump, those are the presidents of the 21st century. Donald Trump is unambiguously, as judged by the results, the best president of the 21st century.
Wrong.
Kept us out of wars, grew the economy. I give him full credit for that. I want to build on that foundation and take this country to the next level.
But you've also called him a
Does
sore
that mean
loser
I would have
who is
made
a danger to democracy?
Would I have?
Those are strong words.
Ask a farmer what Trump did for him.
Would I have made the same judgments that he has made at every step of the way? No, I will remind you that I am running for U.S. president because I am best positioned to lead this country forward.
Can I ask you what they are, Vivek?
Yes.
You say he behaved in downright abhorrent behavior that makes him a danger to democracy.
Yeah,
what was it that was downright? Tell me what he did that was downright abhorrent.
Let's actually be really fair to your audience. So on January 10th, 2021, thereabouts, days after that incident, I wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal arguing that censorship was the real cause of what happened on January 6th. When asked in response, somebody asked me the question,
what?
Are you... That's what I wrote. I'm giving you the facts of what I said. That's a hard fact. That was published in the Wall Street Journal. When pressed on, was that condoning what Trump did? My answer was no. There's a difference between a bad judgment and a crime.
And
we
you're
need
avoiding
to
my
be
question.
able to tell the difference in this country.
What did Donald Trump do,
no, I'm not avoiding
in your
question.
view, that was downright abhorrent? Second time I asked
think that the thing that I would have done differently if I were in his shoes
It's not what I asked,
is
Vivek,
I would
with
have
respect.
declared re-election on
That's not what I asked,
January
with respect.
7th.
I'll ask it a third
That's exactly
time.
the thing I would have done.
What did Trump do that
So
was
what
egregious?
Hold on. What did he say he would do on January 7th? What did he say?
If I were in his shoes,
It's not what I asked, Vivek,
I would
with
have
respect.
declared re-election on
That's not what I asked,
January
with respect.
7th.
Okay, so now we're getting a whole new direction with his I agree with I would do things, or I disagree with Mike Pence and would do things differently. So now, I mean, it's almost like he reformulated this. This is a bit of a flub because now he's like, okay, I would have certified, but we would have started a re-election campaign immediately on the 7th. What is it, Vivek? What is it, man? Do you respect democracy? Do you respect the system or not? Are you literally going to destroy democracy? You going to be the guy that destroys democracy? You going to do it? You going to be King Vivek? King of America Vivek? God, what a weird future.
I'll ask it a third
That's exactly the thing I would have done.
What did Trump do that was egregious, quote, downright abhorrent, and a danger to democracy? Can you just explain to our viewers? Your words.
So you're mixing two different quotes. But what did I think was reprehensible about what happened that day? Look, I think that the way a true leader should have handled that situation
New Democrats.
should have been
Maybe
to
that's what they're
actually
calling
say,
themselves.
This is me running for re-election, not actually litigating what is already passed and behind us. And I would have done things differently. That is not a crime, though, what he did.
I understand.
And the reason I have been so vehement...
You keep saying what you would have done. I just want to hear from your mouth. No, unless you're scared of him, why won't you say what he did that was downright abhorrent?
I'm not going to let you... You're stitching together three things from three different places to create a caricature. Do you want to have an actual conversation?
Yes, I want you to answer my question, Vivek. Three times I've asked it.
What
did Trump do that was downright abhorrent? It's a simple question. It's your words. It's on screen. What did he do that was downright abhorrent?
I believe that failing to unite this country falls short of what a true leader ought to do. That is why I'm in this race, is to do things differently than any prior president.
Oh, yeah, he'll unite us. Yeah, you'll be united whether you fucking want it or not.
Has done them. That's the hard truth, okay?
And that's what made him a sore loser and abhorrent.
The media
yes, your words.
and well, the reality is none of that is a crime. And the reason I have been so vocal, the reason I have been so vocal is because...
So Mehdi Hassan has been literally going around the motherfucking media, doing the media rounds, being interviewed insufferably by other MSNBC hosts, being like, I slam dunked Vivek and look at me go. And it's like, yeah, I mean, he's definitely flubbing his way through this, but is this going to change anybody's mind? I don't know, man. It just seems like they're desperate to get at this guy, but honestly, he's so damn good. And you'll see what I mean. This is the final part of the interview.
Because when somebody actually prosecutes somebody for a bad judgment, and I've been clear,
I understand
he made
your
bad
objections
judgments.
to the litigation.
I would have made different
understand that.
judgments.
That's not what I asked about. I
That is
understand.
a distinction we have to draw.
Understood. You say you are anti-identity politics, anti-affirmative action in a party that hates the Soros name, yet you accepted a Paul and Daisy Soros scholarship at law school that was specifically set up for the children of immigrants. It was an affirmative action scholarship, and your defense for that is that you didn't have the money to pay for law school, even though you'd already made over $1 million at the time, and made another $2 million.
My defense of that is somebody gives you a merit scholarship at the age of 24, you take it. At the age of 24, somebody gives you a merit scholarship, you take it. I didn't say I didn't have the money. I said at a time when I had a lot less money than now, $50,000
you said
was
exactly
still
I
useful
didn't have the money
to me.
Vivek. You keep forgetting your quote. You said, when I didn't have the money.
So, Mehdi, I've made this really easy for everybody. And I did this in the early weeks of the campaign. I released 20 years of tax returns.
Yes, you did.
Something that no presidential candidate, let alone somebody who's successful in business, has done. I challenged Democrats and Republicans alike, including the Biden family, to do it.
And we looked at
you know
them,
what? I released it so that you could look at them, so we can have an
Thank you
honest
so
conversation.
much. And I appreciate that.
The funny
Vivek,
thing I've
I do
learned,
appreciate that. It's something Trump should learn from you.
I think that transparency is important.
Look,
so
it's
already open and everybody can see it.
Exactly. We have 2009
But the fact of the matter is, you know what I would advise every
24-year-old
should take
2009 and 2010, you made $750,000. You had the money to pay for law school. You didn't need a Soros affirmative action scholarship that you now criticize.
I mean, none of this is worthy, but if you think it is, let's get to the detail.
He's literally Martin Shkreli, right? So he's literally in law school, buying biotech firms and jacking up the price. He's literally Martin Shkreli running for office, guys.
Actually, the first big piece of money
you're anti-affirmative action. You took a scholarship for immigrants.
I'm anti-affirmative action.
So why'd you take a scholarship for the children of immigrants?
Which falsehood would you like me to address? The financial one or the one about my views on affirmative action? Because I can go in whichever order you'd like.
On
the financial piece of it. Not at the time that I had applied for the scholarship that fall.
Yes, you did.
That December.
Yes, you did, Vivek. This is awkward for you because you did. I've got the tax returns in front of my face.
No, it's not awkward for you. Yes, on December 31st, when the application for the scholarship was that October. Mehdi, you're wasting your time on childish details in October of that year when I applied for that scholarship. And it was...
Quite frankly, it's not going to stick, and it can be very easily reframed as childish and petty, some kind of very specific gotcha. It's not really the slam dunk that MSNBC and Mehdi Hasan thinks it is. Honestly, I don't agree with Vivek. I do think it shows his hypocrisy. I'm sure he could afford it. Even if he didn't have this money, I'm sure he had, it's very clear this guy comes from some kind of money. So I don't know. It's not the slam dunk MSNBC is out here thinking it is.
Well, guess what? The bonuses that a hedge fund pays, and it's a shame that, again, you don't have to be an expert on this, but if you're going to spout out, you better know something about it. People pay at a hedge fund the bonuses at the end of a year, and on December 31st, that's when I was paid. I applied for the scholarship that September, and I did not grow up in a wealthy family.
Vivek, you made more money the previous year.
I made $200,000 pre-tax or whatever it was.
No, you didn't.
And you know what? I believe.
No, you didn't. You're now selling flat. In 2009,
you have my tax returns in front of you. I don't remember what I made in 2009.
In 2009, you made $650,000. In 2010, you made less, $450,000. So the argument that you only made the money pre the scholarship, Oh, so now we're bringing tax into it. We've been using gross numbers.
Absolutely.
Vivek, you're wrong on this. Go back and check your tax returns. You made
obviously makes a big difference.
And then you accepted a Soros scholarship for $50,000 when you didn't need it.
Well, you know what the fact is, Mehdi, is $50,000 did make a big difference to me back then, and anybody who has a few $100,000 in the bank is going to take $50,000 without strings attached. Take the scholarship. But my question for you...
Yeah, so who's gonna burn the bridge after they crossed it, huh? Who's gonna make that even harder?
Is why on earth are you, as an intelligent person interested in politics, obsessing over a 24-year-old's $50,000 scholarship?
I'm interested in truth,
beneath
Vivek.
you.
We have a country to fix. That you wear. Yeah. I'm interested in truth.
And Mehdi, that's why I released.
I mean, Mehdi is right. Mehdi is right, but also Vivek knows that it's not really going to stick. But the thing is that he's not catching the Trump momentum either way. But honestly, they don't really care.
truth. Mehdi, that is why I released 20 years of tax records. Tell your friends in the Biden administration to do the same thing. Tell your Democrat candidates to do the same thing.
We've gone over time.
Breaking precedents, and I think it is pathetic. I just think it is sad and pathetic.
Totally woke patriot.
We have important issues to talk about for the future of a country, and you're talking about a $50,000 scholarship in 2010 to go to Yale Law School when I was 24.
If you just owned
this is pathetic, and is why nobody trusts you guys.
Yeah, Cab. Cab. I'd love to see him debate Trump.
So clearly it's something you didn't want people to read about. Last question, because we've gone over time.
Yeah, Snowball Bro. Yeah.
I was born in India.
Yeah. No, I do think that out of all the candidates, this is the VP pick. This is the guy, right? Yeah, absolutely. Who will proudly stand next to Trump and be like, Trump's the greatest, Trump's the greatest, Trump's the greatest, right? Yeah, I can't wait to be, like, you want some more cheeseburgers, boss? You want some more Big Macs? You want some more Diet Cokes? Here you go. More cheeseburgers, more Diet Cokes. Here you go, boss. Ooh, I'll make a McDonald's run for you. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, no, Vivek wants that job real bad.
Who also said I was born in India and misspelled and got my wife's name wrong. So yes, we actually need to correct facts when people are playing this game.
Last question. You want me to ask a substantive question? Here's what I worry about most: democracy in this country.
I would love substantive
Not just
questions.
under Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Last question for you: not just under Donald Trump, but under you, people are worried about authoritarianism. You have preemptively promised to pardon Trump no matter what juries of his peers decide, as well as today extending those pardons to January 6 rioters. You've dismissed white supremacists as boogeymen and unicorns. You want to fire at least half the federal government workforce. That's over 1 million people. You want to remove the right to vote from 18 to 25-year-olds. That's over 30 million people. You want to get rid of birthright citizenship. In fact, you refer to voting and citizenship as privileges when they are, in my view and in the Constitution view, rights. It's a very anti-democratic worldview. What do you say to people who criticize you for that?
I don't think it's an anti-democratic worldview. I favor...
It is the definition of authoritarianism. It is the destruction of democracy. It is the elimination of liberty. And watch him completely reframe. Like I said, he is Orwell, dude. He's Orwell come back to life. He got to choose his own body. And he was like, you know what? I'm just going to fuck with everybody. And I'm just going to do I'm going to do everything in my book. I'm just going to go straight down the line and just do everything in my book. That'll show him. That's what's going on here. He will outshine Trump, so Trump won't pick him due to his narcissistic. I mean, but Trump is out of options. At the same time, Trump is not. He's out of options. But that is a good point, Cab. He's narcissistic to a fault. So even if it could potentially benefit Trump, he might pick someone obscure or someone who doesn't overshadow him at all, because his ego, who he is, that's more important than anything else in the universe. So more important even than his presidential campaign, his ego. So that is an interesting point, that he might pick a mediocre or someone, a lesser known person, because he doesn't want to be overshadowed. But at the same time, are you going to, it's, getting sloppy is all good, but it's nice when you get enthusiastic sloppy, right? It's about that enthusiastic sloppy toppy. You know what I mean? So that does make a difference. So I don't know though, but that is a good point. Welcome back, Clutch Cargo.
Reviving the lifeblood of our constitutional...
Yeah, Clutch Cargo, that is a good point. Nikki Haley, yeah. Nikki Haley might be the safe choice. Conservative, religious women, could be. Because Trump did that with Mike Pence. He was like, I'm going to make a religious bet. That's a good point. I think I might agree. Snowball bro, I'm going to fucking, I'm going to fucking have a seizure. Triggered. I'm fucking triggered. But that's a good point, Clutch Cargo.
Republic. Revive actual free speech and open debate in this country. Revive civic duty in this country, something that our founding fathers envisioned. Revive true equality in front of the law, where people aren't prosecuted because of the color of their skin or because of the content of their political views. One standard of the rule of law for everybody. I stand for the founding vision of the country, where the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, when in fact most policymaking functions in D.C. are performed by federal bureaucrats. So yes, my standard is, would Alexander Hamilton and John James...
So he's gonna make each department basically a fiefdom, where there's like a lord who just has full control, basically like a czar. Isn't that what a czar is? So he's gonna eliminate all these bureaucrats, right? These people that are there permanently, unelected. He's gonna wipe them all out, replace it with a czar and just functionaries, just people who do exactly the edicts of the czar, and have what, his cabinet be a cabinet of czars that are running all these departments in this manner? What a fucking nightmare.
And Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, would they be proud of what they see today, or would they be appalled?
They'd jump over the table and attack you, homie. You know what I mean? They'd be like, the British are coming. They're coming to take away our liberties.
I think if they walked around and saw Washington, D.C. today, they would be appalled. By the time I leave office in January 2033 after 2 terms, they will once again be proud of what we've created, a government with 3 co-equal branches, not 4, shutting down that administrative state, reviving civic duty, and reviving one standard of the rule of law for all Americans. And that is not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is a pro-American vision that I think can actually reunite this country, which is what I believe I will uniquely be able to deliver as the next president.
Vivek Ramaswamy, we will have to...
Hey, good job, Mehdi. Just going to let him close it off like that, huh? Not going to... Got anything to say, Mehdi?
Leave it there. Appreciate you coming on the show, taking my questions. Even
Wow. Wow, you're just going to let him do that, huh? Yeah, wow. I mean, that was some of the most shameful, you know, shameful recreate, you know, like reinventing of history. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works, man. That's not how any of this. I'm speechless. I'm speechless that Mehdi could allow him to get away with that. You know, do you care? Do you care about this shit, Mehdi? You know what I mean? You can't have a guy walking away saying that shit. You can't have a guy walking away saying that shit. The founding fathers would be proud of this. I don't know. Didn't one of them talk about how we needed to like literally have a new constitutional Congress every 10 years? We need to rewrite the Constitution every 10 years. Was that Alexander Hamilton? Was that him? Look at that quick double tap. You know what I mean, though? That's not how any of this works, man. And you're just gonna like, no, so you want to be a dictator? Nope, that's actually not what a dictator is. Then it describes what a dictator is. You know, I just want to do A, B, and C, which is exactly what a dictator would do. But I'm not a dictator. So I wanted to point this out. Republicans just can't stop calling for civil war. Ask a MAGA Republican what will happen if former President Donald Trump is convicted in any way in any of his 4 criminal trials, and the answer is almost always the same: civil war. You know, and we had that little dickhead Panda Man in our chat, and that's what he would say. Oh, you know, I think the rule of law is great, but I just don't want to see a civil war. I just don't want to see a civil war. It's like, what is that, a threat? Is that a threat? That if the rule of law goes through, if he's found guilty, who are you threatening? The federal government? Oh, there's going to be a civil war. There's going to be a civil war. Do it. That's what I got to say to all you motherfuckers. Clip this shit. Do it. Hey, right wingers, talking about civil war. Do it. Please. Get your ass out there, puss boys. What are you waiting for? Christmas? Go ahead and do it. I am 0% scared of you. Oh, look at that. Do it. What are we waiting for, huh? Come on, boys. You're all cowards. You're all cowards. The answer holds true whether you speak to rank-and-file Republican voters, voted local elected officials, or even former national GOP leaders. It's also an indication that the right-wing politics of grievance is spiraling dangerously out of control. Oh, we got just as many. The left has just as many guns, man. What do you think? Black Panther just what? Sold them all because they stay welled off? Haters all day saying Dre fell off? What? Because I've been in the lab with the pen and the pad trying to get the damn label off? Yeah, I didn't think so. In Georgia, State Senator Colin Moore warned Politico-turned-podcaster Steve Bannon that any prosecution of Trump would lead to a likely civil war. Quote, I don't want to have to draw my rifle, Moore said concerningly. Moore also seemed to imply that Georgia state troopers would be willing participants in any effort to bust Trump out of jail. That last bit may be fantastical thinking on Moore's part, but he's hardly alone. Former Georgia Republican gubernatorial candidate Candace Taylor also lent her voice to the chorus of war cries, describing Trump's indictments as treason and a hijacking of our country, telling podcaster William Wallace, "This is, quote, this is war, and I hope and pray it gets resolves. I hope and pray it gets resolves before we use guns. We're at war right now, a war for our freedom. Do it. Do it. I hope you're on the front line. Right? You're pretty concerned. Do it." Let me bring this up for you so you can read along. Moore and Taylor are admittedly fringe figures. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp unceremoniously rejected Moore's call to remove Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, which was nice. There was no grounds for it. There was nothing. Fani Willis is running the RICO indictment case against Trump and the 19 other folks, or 18 other, 19 including Trump, in Georgia from office, while Taylor finished a distant last place in her party primary. So that's also a good sign. But the right's calls to violence aren't just coming from local politicians in and around Atlanta. Former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin, oh my God, is she still here? Who in 2008 served as the GOP's vice presidential standard bearer, assured Newsmax Eric Bolling that a civil war is, quote, going to happen if prosecutors don't drop all charges against Trump. I mean, that's a threat, right? That's a threat. Quote, those who were conducting this travesty and creating this two-tier system of justice. I'm sorry. We're not going to keep putting up with this, Palin told Bolling. I like that you suggested that we need to get angry. We need to rise up and take our country back. Do it. Get your ass out there, Palin. What you waiting for? Too busy cashing them checks? Do it. See you out there, you coward. It wouldn't be hard to wave away the right's growing calls for violence as more of the extremist political theater they've become so expert in producing. So there's so many people do this. But Republicans are doing more than just daydreaming about revenge. Their increasingly specific urgings towards violence always include a clear call to arms for the MAGA movement. Always. The message isn't subtle. Have your guns ready because the shooting could start at any moment. And that is what we hear over and over and over again. Right? It's only a matter of time. When do we get to use our guns? Remember the famous question to Charlie Kirk? What was it, in 2002? Or no, it was in 2020 or 2021? When do we get to use the guns? When do we get to use the guns? You keep saying like we're being invaded. You keep saying we're under attack. When do we get to use the guns, Charlie? Lisa Ann is my Sarah Palin. I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. Not my style, but you know, you do you, bro. Sarah, not heard from her in a while. Sounds like a call to action to me. No, exactly. I mean, this is like treasonous. This is illegal. This is not, petitioning, running a political campaign and, doing this democratically. This is calling for the overthrow of the United States government, which is technically sedition, which is technically illegal. As a nation, we would be foolish to ignore the threats, both implicit and explicit, in the right's new Civil War messaging. The fact is, violent and goading threats from our political leaders have a nasty habit of inciting action in those who take all of that hateful rhetoric as gospel. Rhetoric as gospel. Rhetoric as gospel. The District of Columbia's court system is currently jammed full of them. Just before the Labor Day holiday, a federal judge sentenced Proud Boys propagandist Joe Biggs to 17 years in prison. 17 years! Chris Hayes over here talking about, I don't know if those jail sentences are too big. Oh, gee, I don't know. For treason? For his actions during January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Wasn't an attack, it was a tourist visit. An online post from November 2020 presented by the prosecution, Biggs openly called for civil war and echoed many of the extreme statements Republican leaders are still making almost daily on a vast array of right-wing news outlets. In a jailhouse phone call to conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, Biggs said he believed Trump would pardon him when the former president is rightfully restored to power. And I think that's kind of in a lot of people's calculation. I think that's why we're seeing them go down with the ship here. Right? For his part, even the former president can't resist making thinly veiled references to the possible necessity of civil conflict. Ousted Fox News anchor Tucker Carlson recently asked Trump if he believed the nation was headed towards civil war. Trump answered the question by remarking that the, quote, tremendous passion and love evident in the mob that attacked the United States on January 6, and lamented that the media only reported the attack negatively. This is great. I mean, it's amazing. We actually saw this on day one. Matt Gaetz, while being barricaded in his own office, was doing interviews on MSNBC talking about how he thought he saw Antifa running around. He's like, oh, I'm not sure if it's the right wing. I think it's Antifa. So this narrative was literally started the day of. I was covering this live. I was covering this shit live, dude. And I was like, whoa, Matt Gaetz barricaded in his office doing an interview on MSNBC. And he's all like, I think it's the Antifers. People in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they had ever experienced, Trump waxed poetically. I've never seen simultaneously so much hatred from those people for what they've done to our country. But they, of course, Trump means the elected officials who had committed to carrying out a lawful certification of the 2020 electoral vote. And Trump's telling, the anger of the mob is not only justified, but admirable. He also warned that, properly signaled, that pro-Trump paramilitary could find its way into the streets again. Quote, there's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, Trump remarked. That's probably a bad combination. Yeah, that could be bad. I don't know. We could do a little civil war. That could be kind of bad. I don't know. Could be good, though. I don't know. Civil war for me, because, I am the one. I am Neo. I am the one. I mean, could be good. Could be a good civil war, like Marvel Civil War. I could be Captain America. Just like anyone else, the Republicans clamoring for civil war are perfectly free to use their free speech rights to the fullest. But as our nation further polarizes into extremes that view each other not just as opponents, but as mortal threats to democracy, it's worth asking whether it's responsible or patriotic to build a political platform around urging conservatives into open violence against the state. They've proven their willingness to follow those orders once. No politician who claims to love this country should be encouraging a violent repeat of one of the Republic's darkest moments, but we are. So this was an article from Max Burns, a veteran Democratic strategist and founder of Third Degree Strategies. Is this one of the think tanks telling Joe Biden not to shit on Trump so that he can turn the other cheek? Oh, you don't want to lower yourself to their level, sir. You got to let them set the narrative and be on the defensive 120% of the time. That's how we win. Fulton County DA's office signals it will call over 150 witnesses against Trump. So this was the number I was referencing. I'm not going to read the whole article here. The number is important, is the only thing that's important. 150 different witnesses against Trump. And I believe Woke Patriot did put a article in the Discord. That is I'll post it in the chat. It's a full resource, gives you a list of every single one of the people caught up in Trump's web. Yeah, just 150. Yeah, we're not getting this done by October. We're not getting this done by the end of October. That is not happening. So here we go. Little palate cleanser, guys, from the MSNBC. We're going to do a little humanist report. You know I like Mike Figurino. Don't agree with him on everything, but you know what? I appreciate honest actors, and I feel like Mike's an honest actor. So we're going to show a little humanist report here. Major right-wing groups form plan to imprison LGBTQ people, censor the internet, and more. Hey, honey. Oh. Thank you very much, dear. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. You taking the kiddo out? All right, be safe. Oh, she brought me chicken nuggets. She brought me chicken nuggets, guys, with McDonald's barbecue sauce. I always order, anytime we order McDonald's or anything, I always order a bunch of extra sauces and we keep them in the fridge, right? Isn't she great, folks? So this is the thing that I was talking about. This is Project 2025. This is, you know, if Trump dies tomorrow, this is the agenda of the Republican Party. And guys, what do you think the agenda is? Fucking sunshine and rainbows? No, it's full-blown dictatorial tyranny. I got a fucking tyrannary tract infection. I got an infection in my tyrannary tract. No, it's tyranny. Okay, it's a dictatorship. It's authoritarianism. It's exactly what I'm warning against. And we're going to get more into it in detail about what's happening in Wisconsin with the Supreme Court and what they're doing to the newly elected there's a new person in charge of something. I'm sorry, I should know all these details, but I'm going to show you videos that explain what I'm talking about. They're going for it. They're setting the laws. They're changing the laws to make sure that they're permanently in charge. Whatever technicality they can use, if they can, whatever rule that they can install, they are doing it. They're not beating around the bush. They're taking it. Democracy, the country, they're taking it. And this Project 2025 is the entire, exactly what I've been warning against. Everything encapsulated, exactly what I'm talking about. They are going for it. This is a full takeover of our country. You will be affected. If you don't live in America, you will be affected. If you live in America, hold on to your motherfucking butts, dude. The Raptors are getting in the room, and it's going to be a goddamn feast. Not a Mr. Beast feast, where it's just, why is he calling candy bars feasts? All right, digress. Let's get into it. Majority Report here. Humanist Report, I mean, not Majority Report. I get my lefty news channels mixed up.
We are going to be prepared day one, January 20, 2025, to hit the ground running as conservatives to really help the next president. This task in 2024 is too big for any one think tank. This has to be a movement. And what we've done is use our convening power heritage to bring the entire movement together. But what we're doing is systematically preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
There you go.
The Heritage Foundation and dozens of right-wing dark money organizations have come together to formulate Project 2025, which is a set of personnel and policy recommendations intended to guide the next Republican administration through their first 180 days in office. And if they successfully pressure the president to adopt everything on their wish list, America would look like a completely different country. They would dismantle the administrative state, expand the power of the executive, enact nationwide internet censorship, ban porn, and politically imprison LGBTQ plus people potentially. And should the next Republican president choose to pursue this unconstitutional agenda, he'd have the backing of the Supreme Court most likely. Now, all of this is moot if A, a Republican loses the 2024 election, or B, a Republican wins but chooses to ignore this agenda entirely. But if the Federalist Society has taught us anything, it's that Republicans always listen to well-funded right-wing think tanks because those are the organizations that their donors send money to, so why wouldn't they listen? And Ed Corrigan, who's one of the architects of Project 2025, casually explained why they're very confident that this is not going to be ignored.
This has been really a team effort. You got 50 different conservative organizations have contributed to this. That's what makes this a strong product. No presidential campaign or president is going to be able to ignore it.
No presidential campaign or president is going to be able to ignore it. And he's right about that. He said it in a very nonchalant way, but it's still very ominous nonetheless. But let's break it down. What is Project 2025? Well, the first order of business would be for them to expand the power of the presidency in order to lay the groundwork for unconstitutional policies that they really want to implement. As Bryn Tannehill of Dame Magazine explains, the mandate for leadership is a 920-page document that details how the next Republican administration will implement radical and sweeping changes to the entirety of government. This blueprint assumes that the next president will be able to rule by fiat under the unitary executive theory, which posits that the president has the power to control the entire federal executive branch. It is also based on the premise that the next president will implement Schedule F, which allows the president to fire any federal employee who has policy-making authority and replace them with the presidential appointee who is not voted on in the Senate. The president would directly manage and influence Department of Justice and FBI cases, which would allow him to pursue criminal cases against political enemies. Environmental law would be gutted, and states would be prevented from enforcing their own environmental laws. So there's a lot to this, and it's pretty complicated, so let me try to parse this out for you. What this basically means is that federal agencies which currently operate independently would lose that independence. Many federal agencies that they don't like would just be abolished or weaponized to their own liking. For example, they plan on gutting the EPA, predictably, and shifting them away from their focus on climate change entirely, while directing other agencies to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, like the Department of Energy, for example.
What are they going to do? Turn the EPA into like an agency that finds new sources of oil so that they can get more oil? Is that what they're going to do? Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's just like Captain Planet level evil is coming to the government.
And you're probably thinking, well, couldn't the president already effectively do that by just appointing a stooge or industry plant? I mean, we've seen this again and again. So why not just make somebody who is a fossil fuel CEO, for example, the head of the EPA? Well, the president could do that, but this is different because it goes further than that. Because once they re-implement Schedule F via executive order, they also plan to clean house, which is very different than last time. Dude. Because as Salon explains, by replacing federal employees with like-minded officials, Trump-era conservatives are planning to remove federal employees whom they perceive as obstacles to the president's agenda early on. This would avoid the pitfalls of Trump's first years in office and eliminate the possibility of any resistance a Republican president would encounter, the AP reported. And what this would do is create a sort of organizational harmony, so you wouldn't see the pushback that we saw in Trump's first years in office, for example, because remember, he wanted to do a lot of really terrible things, but he couldn't. There are limits to the president's power, but this is kind of the answer to that.
By the way, this is a Obama legacy as well. Let's not forget who legalized a lot of, made permanent the Bush tax cuts, but also made permanent the Patriot Act in a lot of ways. There was a few things that he let lapse, I think, but all the powers, the temporary powers that was given to the executive branch were, of course, kept as predicted. Everyone, it's temporary because the terrorists, 9/11, it's all temporary. Then Obama made it permanent. So this unitary executive theory is made possible by neoliberals who, said, well, Obama's in charge. It's okay. I mean, he did win a Nobel Prize, so he should be able to just do whatever he wants. Maybe America should have a king if it's a nice black guy that seemingly everyone loves. Don't you love Democrats and other Obama supporters saying he scandal-free Obama? Really? Tell that to the thousands and thousands of people all over the world getting drone bombed. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but it is interesting to see this Project 2025 fully, planning to take full advantage of every executive power that Obama gave himself. Didn't want to let it lapse. It's shameful.
It's a way to address these obstacles that he had encountered and remove them. And think about it this way. So remember when Bill Barr was Attorney General and he contradicted Trump's lies about the election, and he said that he's not going to open up a probe into the FBI's investigation of Trump's 2016 campaign.
Yeah. Well, Digital Dan, he also had 8 years instead of 4, but yeah, no. So that's not really a fair comparison. But no, Obama was famously the deporter in chief. That's what the critics were calling him. He was deporting more people than Bush. He set up a draconian deportation, migrant arrest regime that Trump, put the turbochargers on, started kidnapping children straight up. And yeah, he dropped in more drone bombs than any president in history. And what did he achieve? Did we win? What was achieved? All these dead people, these literally wedding parties getting, $1 million American bombs dropped on them. What the fuck did we win? Did we do anything? Or did we just piss off a lot of people?
Openly defied Trump, essentially. Well, Barr was able to do that because as the Attorney General, as the head of the Department of Justice, you have independence, you have autonomy, right? Trump can't influence what you do. He could simply fire you and replace you with somebody else who's more loyal. But even that power is limited because Trump tried to do this. Remember when Justice Department officials threatened to resign en masse when Trump considered replacing Jeffrey Rosen with Jeffrey Clark when he was trying to steal the election? I mean, that was really important. That stopped Trump from proceeding forward with his attempt to steal the 2020 election. But I mean, think about what would happen in that scenario if the president assumed direct control of the Department of Justice and worse, replaced every legacy employee with Trump loyalists who would be less likely to defy him. I mean, you start to kind of see how this would become a threat to democracy directly and why this would be much worse than last time. Because those existing checks that limit the president's power would simply not exist anymore under this philosophy, which they want to embrace. It would give him virtually unlimited power over the entire executive branch and every agency. And that is
King
a
of
problem.
America.
And Trump had
King of
authoritarian
America. That's what it
ambitions
is.
before, right? But the problem is that he didn't have the power or the know-how to actually pull off his dictatorial ambitions. But this time would be different.
So January 6th was a trial run. They were like, okay, this is what worked. This is what didn't work. This is what we can get away with. We can basically take the whole thing, but we just have to do it this way instead of the way Trump did it. Right? But Trump was almost there. Trump almost did it. If Pence was a coward and was, and did exactly what Trump wanted, we might have dictator Trump even today. So he was a pussy hairs away from it. Right? They're like, well, this is all we got to do and we can just take over. The oligarchy this is not the first time the oligarchy has gotten together to figure out a way to take over the country. Wasn't that during the Eisenhower presidency, or was it during the Great Depression? There was a legitimate attempt by corporate entities to take over the country.
Because many of the 300 plus conservatives involved in Project 2025 came from Trump's administration, and they would likely return for round 2 if he were reelected. And what's scary is that Trump has already embraced this vision for the executive. So if he's reelected, this will likely become a reality. So what they're doing is they're looking back at the obstacles that he faced the first time he was in the White House, and they're trying to eliminate all of those obstacles going forward so that way he can do all of the terrible things that he wants to do.
Yeah, precisely.
But once they consolidate presidential power, they then move on to the second order of business, the implementation of policy. And a lot of that includes deregulation, giveaways to their donors that fund, this network. The traditional conservative things that you would expect. But there's also a component regarding conservative social policy, and it's a sort of wish list that would basically transform the United States into a Christian theocracy. And they're pretty explicit about this. So Dame explains, the social conservative wish list calls for ending abortion, diversity and inclusion efforts, protections for LGBTQ people, and most importantly, banning any and all LGBTQ content. In fact,
folks, by the time this is all said and done, we'll be having debates about interracial marriage. Okay? I don't think they're going to get to interracial marriage before violence in the streets. But let me tell you, man, we're going to be talking about, banning interracial marriage. That's what all this is about. I mean, it's not all about, but I'm just like, this is the logical conclusion. This is where we're going.
In fact, the mandate for leadership makes eradicating LGBTQ people from public life its top priority. It's number one.
Thank you, DCH. It was Eisenhower, right? I recall that. Thank you for confirming that. But yeah, there was a legitimate attempt against our government to take it over, and and they've never stopped. The Heritage Foundation, woke patriot, I'll tell you. I mean, Heritage Foundation, that'll trigger some old memories, I'm sure. Old Rush Limbaugh, old Newt Gingrich era shit. So this is not new, but this is like, okay, here's the template. Trump showed us how to do it. We didn't know how to do it. We were trying Jeb Bush. We thought Jeb was the answer. We thought this mediocre Bush family was the answer. No, we needed a real con man. We needed a real grifter. So Trump showed them the magic fucking, formula. And now they're just refining it, and they're just give us one more go, and it's on, boys. This is it. Newt Gingrich talked about the permanent majority, the permanent right-wing majority. This is not a new thing. This is just the culmination of decades and decades and decades of, attacks against our democracy.
Promise is to restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. They are explicit in how they plan to do so. As you'll see in the paragraph below, they plan to proceed by declaring any and all LGBTQ content to be pornographic in nature. And this is a direct quote from Project 2025's document. Quote, pornography
Imagine your identity being considered pornographic.
Manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protections. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be imprisoned. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders, and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. That is.
So what are you going to do, perverts? You going to put a camera in my bedroom? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to have some perverted sex pest come in here and check my wife and check my asshole to make sure I'm not having anal sex? Sir, yeah, we're here from the American Council on Morals, and we're here to check your asshole to see if you've been having anal sex. I mean, what is I got to show up. I got to show up to some kind of fucking doctor. Yep, I got to get my monthly asshole check, make sure I'm not having anal sex. Yeah. Make sure I'm not a deviant. Get it over with. Yeah, I got like 300 things to do. So just check my asshole so I can live my life some more, because this is how I want to live my life. I mean, honestly, how are they going to enforce this shit? We might get our femboy hooters out of this, but it'll be like a speakeasy, which is even kind of cooler. So speakeasy femboy hooters, guys. It's kind of a dub, but you know, I'm a glass half full kind of guy, trying to find the silver lining here. But this is authoritarianism. You know, I don't want to have Ben Shapiro wanting to check my butthole. I don't, you know, it's crazy.
Absolutely chilling. But the question is, what would this look like in practice? And to be honest, nobody knows for sure.
Yeah, how are you going to enforce this?
It looks like a nationwide implementation of Don't Say Gay in all schools and a likely ban on gender affirming care in all 50 states. But at worst, this also could look like the literal imprisonment of anyone who is openly LGBTQ. Dame speculates it's also arguable that LGBTQ parents would be subject to arrest, imprisonment, and being put on sex offender registries for exposing children to pornography simply by being LGBTQ and having children. It could be argued as well that people who are visibly trans in public are pornographic.
Yeah, dirty crackhead, and that shit doesn't even work. You know, like the most effective airline security system is Israel, because they just use old school profiling tricks. They're not checking anyone's beehole because they could, you know, but they are incredibly racist as well. Like you're getting, if you're Arab of any flavor going into Israel, you're going to get a little special interview, almost guaranteed.
Or obscene because they might be seen by a minor. This understanding of intent is in line with the call to eradicate transgenderism from public life.
It's not going to end with LGBTQ stuff.
Because we're looking at a situation.
I mean, honestly, can you honestly tell me this is going to end with LGBTQ stuff? Really? It's just going to stop? Okay, we're done. Not going to go after any of the other big pillar items on this theocratic list. Some big things that they would really love to do. We're just gonna stop at the gay folks, and then that's it, huh? Oh yeah, because Clarence Thomas is in a mixed relationship. We're all gonna chill. Really?
Where every single queer person and arguably queer allies would no longer be safe in this country. They could all be subject to imprisonment or being on a sex offender list just because.
Well, I'm not gay, so it's all right. I don't care.
I mean,
okay, buddy.
Many people would be forced to leave.
Yeah. All of a sudden, a bunch of right-wing Republicans, getting called out for having a gay experience. Bro, you told me you had a gay experience in college, dude. I'm gonna get you arrested, bro. I'm gonna get you arrested. That shit's gonna be funny, man. I didn't have gay sex. Yes, you did. You said it was tender and loving. You loved it.
Especially if they're in red states with governors not willing to protect them. This would create an LGBTQ refugee crisis of mass proportions. And that's what they want. But it gets worse because they want to crack down.
Show me your butthole, bro. Prove it. What? Prove it right now, bro. Show me your butthole. I don't believe you, bro. You gotta show it to me. You gotta show me your butthole, bro. I'm good for it. Can I spot? Yeah, but it's Canadian dollars, which is like $15. It's 15 US dollars. So it's barely worth the plastic it's printed on. So do you want some Monopoly money, basically? Yeah, sure. Here's 20 fucking Canadian dollars. Here you go. Fuck it. It's like Zimbabwe over here, dog.
On the internet. Now, first, let's talk about the way that would affect LGBTQ plus people and their allies.
Like Argentina
with
up in here.
pornography being outlawed and all queer-related content being designated as porn.
Vape
well, anyone who disseminates said pornographic material, like myself apparently, and the website that allows for said dissemination, like YouTube apparently, as well as the internet service provider that gives users access to this website that disseminates pornographic material, would all be subject to punishment or imprisonment at worst. In other words, if YouTube doesn't cleanse their website of pornographic LGBTQ plus content, then internet service providers would be forced to cut them off, which would effectively kill off all of these websites unless they comply. And LGBTQ content isn't the only thing that they would designate as porn. Let's be clear about that. Think of all of the movies and video games that would be censored if this all came to fruition. I mean, we're looking at a censorship regime here.
Let's be real. They'll try like hell to get video games, but they'll never get video games. I don't care what they do. The gamer will always find a way to be horny. Okay. They will never truly get video games. Never.
That's far worse than China's and more similar to Saudi Arabia's and the Taliban's. That's where we're at. That's what they're openly saying that they want. But if they tried to do this, there'd obviously be extreme pushback from blue states. But of course, they've thought about that too, and they have a plan.
Listen.
Tim continues, the organizations that drafted the mandate for leadership understand that blue states, which have sanctuary laws for transgender people, are unlikely to comply. It's difficult to imagine California arresting and prosecuting teachers, librarians, doctors, therapists, bookstores, virtual or physical, LGBTQ parents, and especially LGBTQ people merely for existing in public. This is why they include the following paragraph, quote, where warranted and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys, who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses.
Don't look in the center, guys. Don't look at the center of the screen, guys.
In their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favorite defining characteristics of the would-be offender, race, so-called gender identity, sexual orientation, etc., or other political considerations, e.g. immigration status. This is calling for the executive branch to use the Department of Justice to threaten prosecution of any local or state officials if they do not charge LGBTQ people.
Where do you think this is? Look at this. This is pretty spooky. Where is this? Chemgoblin, what language is this here?
And their allies with crimes under the pretense that they are breaking federal and state laws against exposing minors to pornography. If people at the Department of Justice refuse to go along with this, then they can.
And it's such a shame to see even some of the very smart people in our community, little community here, buying into this idea that simply acknowledging LGBTQ identity is in some way pornographic. I certainly don't agree with some of these extreme examples that they've shown of, this is like safe anal sex and stuff like that to, 10-year-olds or something like that. At the same time, though, what is an adult to do? Because I'm a father now. What is a father to do? If one day my son is playing with a boy who went on the internet and saw a bunch of pornography and explains a bunch of pornography to my son, which happens, guys, didn't we all do that in high school? It's, bro, this or that, you're talking about all the sex stuff, right? So how, am I literally not allowed to explain to my son, what these things are? I'm going to do my best to, shield him from pornography in our own home, of course, but this is the real world. These things get talked about, and I'm pretty sure I would prefer to have my son have the right idea about these things, an accurate idea. I don't know if there's this one example that they show that's like really like, God damn, that's a little, because it's like literally this is how you have safe anal sex and you should wash your asshole and do all this. And it's like, yeah, maybe if you're like 16 or 17 and you're like totally having sex, but if you're like 10 years old, nah, no, we don't really need to be telling kids the technical details of safe anal sex at that age. But at the same time, most of this stuff is straw manning, because I think those are very extremely rare examples. If you were to talk to, 100% of teachers, I bet you that was like 1% of 1%. And most people are like, yeah, when they're sexually active, 15, 16, then we can talk about that stuff. But when they're that age, we gotta introduce them to it differently. So I don't, no one really disagrees about this stuff. And it's such a shame, going back to what I originally said, that we see this weaponization of LGBTQ identity being simply, identified, just being gay is being pornographic. And, but I do think we do need to find, the right way of doing this, because being sex positive at that age, I don't know if that's the right way either. Like totally like this, wash your dick before having anal sex so you don't get an infection. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's technically true, but you know, what's the age limit? Can we all agree on that? We all agreed age limit on smoking. Where's the liberals coming out and saying liberate the youth on smoking? You know what I mean? I guess it's a false equivalency, but I don't know, it kind of is. Kids at that age shouldn't be having sex. It could damage their mental health. So smoking at that age can damage their physical health. It's a very complicated debate, but either way, it's quite a shame to see an identity. These people don't, they are what they are, man. They are what they are. And it's being turned into this twisted idea of and all these charlatans, these failures, these mediocres, these dictators are like, oh, well, that's the reason why my government sucks and everything sucks is because these gay people, they're gaying it up. They're being all gay over there. Look at how gay they are over there. Geez, they're gaying it up. Ruining society. I'm telling you what, it's certainly not my policies or anything that I'm doing or my leadership. No, it's those gay folks over there. They're just so gay. It's just crazy. I'm telling you, they're ruining everything. It's such a fucking canard.
Can simply be replaced under Schedule F. And we're really not even scratching the surface because remember, this document is 900 plus pages long and we're just looking at the LGBTQ policies. But think about the ways that they'd hamstring states' ability to provide women with abortions. Think about how this will impact people on welfare, people getting Social Security, Medicare, employment. I mean, the possibilities are endless, and every possibility ranges from a threat to democracy from an outright violation of democracy. And the only check on the president in this scenario would be Congress and our far-right Supreme Court. Don't really like those odds, right? Even if Congress tried to rein in the president's power and pass some sort of a law to stop this from happening, well, the Supreme Court could go along with it. They could embrace unitary executive theory and strike down that law.
No, you got to prove that. You got to put a picture on the Discord, Woke Patriot. You got to pull that shit out of the attic, dude. You got to prove that claim. I call bullshit. You got to put a picture in the Discord now. Yep.
On grounds that it's unconstitutional, and the president could continue to do this. It's a literal nightmare scenario. Like, imagine, do you think that Clarence Thomas or Samuel Alito would not go along with this? Of course they would. But having said that, though, before we get a little bit too down, this is only a wish list. Odds are they're not going to get 100% of the things that they ask for. But what if they get 50% or
next time 25%? You're there.
I mean, certainly if they tried this, there would be a massive legal battle with, judges striking it down initially and it making its way to the Supreme Court. So there would be time for us to prepare how we're going to respond to this. But regardless, even if they got 10% of it and Trump just did what he says he's going to do, which is expand the power of the executive, that is still very troubling. Consolidating executive power is not a new phenomenon because each president has continued to expand power. Everyone, Democrats and Republicans alike, Obama, Bush, Trump. But we're talking about a massive expansion of presidential power that gives the president virtually unlimited authority over the entire executive. But even if, in the best case scenario, they get nothing, none of this comes to fruition, and Trump doesn't even do what they say he should do with regard to taking control of the executive.
They're critical. Good ball bearings are really important.
I still think this is worth our attention because this is the vision of 50 right-wing think tanks. Think tanks that have a lot of sway over Republican politicians.
Yeah, and look at the coalition, right? It's like a motherfucking console of evil. You know what I mean? They're all working together. They all agree this is the plan. Working in unison. Over 50 of these right-wing organizations. Yep, this is the plan. Project 2025, baby. Full authoritarian takeover of the United States government. Cha-ching. They're all unified. And where the fuck is the left? Boom, boom. Who we got the DNC. Wow. MoveOn.org. Wow. Bunch of groups going in a million different directions. It's an embarrassment. You know, and everyone's going to be looking back and be, oh, no one warned us. No one warned us. I warned you. All right. You know, there's a record. I was there. I'm telling you, threat is ever present and right in front of us. It's happening. And look at the poll numbers. Biden and Trump neck and neck. That is an embarrassment, and he should be held accountable for it on mainstream media, which is a video that we're coming up to very soon.
That's huge. They are telling us that this is what they want for our country, an end to U.S. democracy, a dictatorship with a Republican on top. And I think that they wrote Project 2025 with Trump in mind, but
doesn't matter.
They'll take anyone. They'll take DeSantis. They'll take Nikki Haley. They will take anyone who is willing to do what they want to do.
Yep.
And if maybe they say we're going to endorse a candidate, give them lots of donations if they pledge to support Project 2025 in their first 180 days in office, well, then this could give a little bit more teeth to this authoritarian manifesto, right? But the fact that this is what they want as soon as a Republican comes back into the White House means that we have to fight that much harder to keep a Republican out of the White House for as long as we can, to at least buy us some time, right?
No, we need to, exactly.
So, you know a little bit about Project 2025. Do with this information what you will.
Yeah. There you go. And thank you, Mike Figurino, for covering this, being on top of it. Good luck getting mainstream media to cover it with the same amount of detail. Lovely, lovely channel. Make sure everyone's liking and subscribing to the Humanist Report. It's good shit. It's good shit. Like I said, I don't agree with him all the way. He's a communist. They're on Means TV, that commie network. You know, whatever. We need more voices. It's all good, though. Honestly, I agree with probably about 90% of his shit, 85%. I'd have, you know, it's not like I'm a daily viewer or anything, but 85% of the time he's spot on. So big props to the Humanist Report. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. Check him out. Just to reinforce and back up, you know, more of what I'm talking about. This is real. It's real, and it's happening right in front of us. Quote unquote dark right-wing network recruits MAGA quote unquote army to replace 50K federal workers Trump plans to purge. So this is the same thing, and we're hearing this with Vivek. You know, I basically want to turn the federal government's departments into fiefdoms, where I put sycophants in charge of each one, and they do, you know, by edict, they just change and do anything I want them to do. Cut through all the red tape, right? Run it like a top-down hierarchy business. Run it like one of my companies. Run it like one of my biotech companies where I pumped and dumped it. So you're going to pump and dump the United States, Vivek? That's a misrepresentation of what I did. So I'm not going to read the article. I don't have time. But check it out if you want. From Salon here. They're formulating these plans. They're figuring out, okay, what's going to happen if we purge the federal government? What does that look like? You know, how do we do this? You know, without collapsing literally everything, but turning it into a functional authoritarian dictatorship. You know, where we have control of these things, where they're not just wildly out of control. There you go. You can read that if you want. So. It's not only going to happen, it is happening. And I have proof. You think I'm full of shit? Think I'm sitting here smoking the best goddamn weed that's ever been grown? And I'm out of my mind, I'm being hyperbolic? Well, you're damn fucking wrong, because I got proof. It's happening right fucking now. This plan, right? Whatever parts of it that, you know, that need to be implemented, it's happening. They're not cowardly about it. They're not going to tiptoe around authoritarianism. They're taking it. If they have the ability, if they legally can do it, they will do it. And if it's not legal, they'll make it legal and then do it. Once again, evidence, clear evidence of a clear and present danger to democracy. It is happening. I ain't bullshitting you. I come with sources. I come with sources and context and nuance. It's the best goddamn news show on Twitch. I don't care what anybody says. Fuck the view count. It's about substance. Number one for substance, bar none. because I'm giving it to you real, long form. Proof. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're talking about the Wisconsin Supreme Court. They're basically disobeying the voters. They're impeaching someone a lefty who just got in charge, and saying she's using a ridiculous excuse that she is there's a conflict of interest because she criticized gerrymandering in Wisconsin, so she should recuse herself from all these things. So you'll get more details here, but what I'm trying to point out, the point that I'm trying to drive home with this is that they are implementing changes to the rules that will negatively affect democracy, and they are immediately using them. They're not waiting. They're immediately like, okay, well, we're trying this out. Can we just literally subvert the will of the people? This person that they're trying to impeach was elected, and she was elected on cleaning this up and changing the gerrymandering so it wasn't so right-wing dominant. So they're using every trick in the book, every undemocratic trick in the book, and they're doing it immediately, and they're doing it shamelessly. To hell with democracy. They're throwing it right in the trash. There's no law they're like, well, there's no law technically that says we have to respect the Constitution. So anyway, here we go. Let me just take a dump on it. Well, all right, so let me show you.
The conservative Chief Justice of the Wisconsin Supreme Court is accusing her liberal colleagues of staging a coup. Liberals gained a majority on the court earlier this month after more than a decade of conservative control. So for more on this, I want to bring in Matt DeFore. He's the State House Bureau Chief at Wisconsin Watch. Okay, thanks for joining us. So we just kind of, what we read was very brief.
The basics.
Right, so we need to explain, because even I had to kind of like read the article several times. Walk us through what happened, who was fired or let go, and why the Chief Justice is making these accusations.
Right. So thanks so much for having me on. On August 1st, the liberal majority took over for the first time on the Wisconsin Supreme Court in 15 years. And one of the first things they did on that first day was to let go the administrator of the courts, a gentleman by the name of Randy Koshnick, who had been there for about 6 years. He previously had run against a liberal longtime justice.
Welcome
Shirley
back,
Abramson,
Lenny. Thank you for coming
Supreme
back.
Court. And some believe that politics played a big role in why he was let go, that these new majority justices did not trust him. But that set off a very chaotic first week for the Supreme Court, where there were accusations of just all kinds of backdealing and underhanded tactics by the liberal majority, by the conservatives. They seem to be challenging them at every turn about what kind of procedures they're using. And by the end of that first week, they created a new administrative committee that would essentially Bigfoot the Chief Justice on setting lots of different things for the court, like the schedule for upcoming cases, and different personnel matters. And so they've essentially stripped her of her powers.
So yeah, essentially stripped her of her power. So look, I know you're falling asleep. You're like, what the fuck are we? I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. I'm literally falling asleep. Why is this important to me? This is how it's done. This is the procedural things that are done to subvert democracy. It doesn't happen with a big, Russia style, Gorbachev is sick, so we're going to take him to his cabin. No, it's not happening like that. The coup is happening like this, right? With these small tweaks and subversions of democracy. So she's coming in, and now there's this whole council that's basically completely subverts her, and this is one of the rules that they've implemented.
So I just want to sort of get clarification. Did the state court director basically answer to the sort of Chief Justice, and then now we have kind of a panel that replaces that person? So it's a little bit of more of a, I guess, democratic, I suppose? Is that what it is?
Well, some important context. The Chief Justice was reelected back in May, 1 month after the Liberals had secured that 4-justice majority, which began in August. And so that was viewed at the time as a little bit of a maneuver by the conservatives to keep in power the Chief Justice. So this is sort of the return serve, if you will, from the Liberals, essentially hamstringing her power by creating this 3-judge panel. to handle administrative matters. So it's a tennis match here.
It's a tennis match. It almost sounds a little inside baseball, you know, when you're talking about all this stuff. But it's important because obviously there's a number of issues that the justices
Simplify this for me, please.
Can you walk us through the impact when it comes to that? Because, you know, with all this different moving around and now other people in power, you know, what
She's
are we really,
wonderful.
what are the people of Wisconsin looking at potentially happening?
So there are two major cases
Exactly,
coming
quick
through the
double
Wisconsin
tap,
Supreme
exactly.
Court right now. One obviously has to do with abortion rights. Wisconsin has been under an 1849 abortion law since the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. And the election in April was very much seen as a referendum on that issue, that people in the state would like to see the Supreme Court weigh in on that question. But I think the other one that's more significant is the redistricting lawsuits. There's several now coming through the court system. And the Republicans in Wisconsin have held the legislature
fall asleep.
for
This
more
is
than
how
a
they're doing
decade.
it.
Many view those maps as unfair, including the new Supreme Court Justice Janet Protasiewicz. And so there's a lot of back and forth about whether she should be allowed to rule
It's
on
called
that case.
gerrymandering.
But a lot of this back and forth and this accusation of a coup and the attempt to slow things down or speed things up, a lot of that I think does go back to this case where they're trying to decide whether the Republican legislative maps are constitutional or not.
Well,
go
I was
ahead.
going to say, where does it go from here? I mean, if the top court in the state is fighting amongst themselves, then who's above that?
In Wisconsin, really no one. This is something they'd have to resolve for themselves. I mean, we've had conflicts like this amongst justices for more than a decade. There was an incident about a decade ago where there was a justice who laid his hands on the neck of another justice, which national headlines. The conservatives and liberals, they don't get along in the national politics, and they are not getting along, so it seems, right now on this Wisconsin Supreme Court.
Well, and just really quickly, the whole reason that this flipped from conservative to liberal is because really of the abortion issue, right? Voters went to the polls, and the state ended up having many different races go more liberal.
A lot of Republican women didn't like that.
Years past.
I would point out that since Donald Trump was elected president, liberals have actually won 3 of the 4 seats, and one of the other races that the conservatives won was actually a swing justice. So we've had a complete shift in the Wisconsin Supreme Court over the last.
So they've had a complete shift. But none of the power has not shifted at all. In fact, the right wing has gotten more powerful. That's what we're seeing. More and more lefties get put in charge, and more special rules and to isolate them and freeze them out.
Last several years, and
you think it stops at Wisconsin? You think this is just an aberration? This is the template.
Was just the final tipping point that gave liberals control.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Matt DeFore, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I know it's very confusing. It's very wonky.
Republican state lawmakers.
No, thank you. It's very wonky. Okay. How about we get MSNBC tries to make more sense of this? But look, I'm telling you, this is it. This is how they're doing it. And I know it's wonky and like it's putting you to sleep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the fascist takeover can't be more exciting. Okay. But this is how they're doing it. Okay. This is how they subvert democracy, and it doesn't. And if they're allowed to do it, it will not stop. And it will. Okay, if this was just isolated, right, and we didn't have the danger of Donald Trump, and we didn't have the danger of Project 2025 and Steve Bannon and TPUSA and Charlie Kirk and all these different movements that were hell bent on changing America, no matter what happens with Trump. If we didn't have these elements and it was just Wisconsin, I'd be like, yeah, this is kind of, an aberration. Hopefully they'll be able to work it out locally, change some laws, but democracy is safe. But no, this is what I'm talking about. This is a template that they're applying across the nation, wherever they can, wherever they have control. And then once they get in charge at the top, at the presidency, federal level, they're going to be making laws similar to this, right? That basically ensure that they never lose a presidential election. It'll turn into China, where an election is just, it's just a formality, but we all know who's getting picked, and it's an insider's club, and that's what they want, and that's what they're creating. And the neoliberals are not fighting back on it. They had a small opportunity with something called the Voting Rights Act, and they pretended like some position called the parliamentarian is allowed to just kill their legislation, and they've said nothing since. Right? Right? Because it's all about abortion. It's like, well, we're just going to win on abortion, so we don't have to pretend like we want to preserve this democracy. So the last video of the day is covers this, and we're going to get to it very soon, but I wanted to do just a little bit more information on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, because I do think it's important to see, to witness to get a little preview of what we're going to be seeing across the nation. We're already seeing there's several other states I could give you that are following this example. Just Wisconsin is the most latest one, the most egregious, the most latest. But Arizona, Texas, Kentucky are all seeing similar moves like this that basically ensure that the Republicans are in charge no matter what happens electorally. And if you're like, oh, not a big deal, then I don't know, then just I don't know, enjoy it. Kick back and enjoy it, man. You're like, that's okay. I want to be I want to live in Mike Pence's world. I want to live in Ted Cruz's world. It's like, okay, I don't.
In April, more than 1 million Wisconsin voters packed.
Is this salmon or is this pink? What are we thinking on the? I love the suit. I'm digging the suit, but is it salmon or is it pink, or is it's different? It's a whole different color. I'm sure the lipstick pink with black stripes. I love the suit.
The backed liberal Supreme Court nominee Janet Protasewicz. She beat her conservative challenger by a resounding 11-point margin. It was a powerful statement fueled by a public rejection of restricting reproductive rights.
Hey, suits are great, Ken.
Liberal justices a majority on the court for the first time in decades. She took the bench in August with a series of important cases set to make their way to the court, including the state's offensively gerrymandered maps, abortion access, and voting.
So he says offensively gerrymandered because they're inherently racist. They literally cut up voting areas to separate powerful black voting blocks to make them less powerful. It is literally inherently racist if you look at these maps and how they're cut up in these districts and how they're cut up, like literally like crazy shapes, cut into these regions. You would think like, oh, it's like a grid, right? Like a perfect square. Oh, no. It's like a Georgie. Oh no, who's the guy with the splat? Pollock. It's like a Jackson Pollock painting, right? It's just shit all over the place, right? Because what they're doing is strategically cutting into, they're like, oh, well, there's a vein of white people that live in the middle of this black district. So we're going to cut our district and cut the black district in half so that our district can include this one vein of white, this like row of white houses. So we can cut into that and get that piece of the demographic, and it is offensively racist how they've gerrymandered these districts, and how they gerrymander these districts that then turns into how they can win elections, right? So that's how the Electoral College works. It's confusing, but it basically allows them to never lose an election.
Voting access.
Jigsaw puzzle. Thank you.
After her victory, though, Republicans began floating the idea of impeaching Protasewicz, effectively nullifying the will of the voters. Today, Senate Republicans gathered to discuss their options for impeaching her if she does not recuse herself from redistricting cases. They claim she can't be impartial because during her campaign, she said that the current congressional maps are rigged to benefit one party, which is true. Here's the thing. Those statements do not meet the standard for impeachment or recusal. How do we know?
So she literally made the statements before the case existed. And it is not enough for someone to recuse themselves. Certainly a Republican wouldn't recuse themselves. And we've seen that with Trump, right? So you were hired by Trump and have made a bunch of Trump tweets, and you really think you should be ruling on Trump? Yep, I'm not biased. Thank you.
Oh, well, right-wing Wisconsin Supreme Court Justice Rebecca Bradley once compared abortion to slavery and the Holocaust. We talked about it on this show. Nobody impeached her for that.
Whoopsies.
Just yesterday, a state judiciary disciplinary panel rejected complaints about the comments from Protasewicz. But That doesn't really matter because Republicans had their own unprecedented plan to impeach and block Democratic Governor Tony Evers from replacing her. How? They could vote to impeach the justice but not convict. We're going a little schoolhouse rock here. If impeached, she would have to immediately stop performing her duties as a judge, effectively sidelining her without actually replacing her, leaving a deadlocked Supreme Court. And guess what? They've got the votes to do that because of a gerrymandered supermajority. See how these things connect? The threat of impeachment is being used by Republicans all across the country right now. In Georgia, they want to remove Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis. And in North Carolina, they're trying to remove Anita Earls, the state's only black female Supreme Court justice, for speaking out about racial bias in the court. Joining me now, Ben Wickler, the chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. He calls these taxes a legislative coup. He's not wrong. He joins me now. Ben, thank you so much for this.
Okay, I don't really want to hear the interview with the Democratic strategist. I have a lot of criticisms with guys like this. You get my point. Hopefully I've made my point here. It's real. It's happening. They're implementing it. It's not a fucking joke. You know what I mean? Like it's actually happening. So hopefully that point was made. But let's go ahead and move on to my next clip, which is a very important one. Please stay tuned. We have an update from our Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. Please listen.
And it's going to cause more anger among Muslims around the world.
There's plenty of anger right now. How can you have more?
You don't think it'll exacerbate
David,
the problem?
David, I mean, I know you're a sophisticated guy.
David.
The world is a mess. The world is as angry as it gets.
Angry, David.
Well, you think this is going to cause a little more anger? The world is an angry place. All of this has happened.
Yeah.
We went into Iraq.
Making a lot of sense.
We shouldn't have gone into Iraq. We shouldn't have gotten out the way we got out. The world is a total mess.
Yeah, David.
The world is a mess, David.
World's a mess, David. World's a mess, David. World's a mess, David. Important message from our Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. Thank you, Donald Trump. Moving on here. Florida's having a normal one. Here's the thing. It's not that they exist. Nazis will always exist. This is happening in Florida, but it's happening everywhere. Nazis will always exist. It's how safe they feel. Oh, come on. Oh, Twitter censored it. It was a video. Come on. It was a video of the Nazis on the Florida bridge. Let's see if we can get any kind of... okay. Any kind of video of the Nazis on the bridge, or was it... They killed it? Oh, damn it. Hold on. No, hold on. You will see this. They will... Elon Musk will not censor me. Okay? Watch this. Nazis... Florida... bridge. Boom. There it is. You will not fucking censor me, Elon Crust. Well, that's one of the videos, not the one specifically. 1 month ago. 2 months ago. Okay, hold on. 4 days ago. Here we go. Jesse Gender After Dark. Here we go. Jesse Gender After Dark.
Hey, everybody. So I'm outside in my little garden area, which is kind of fun.
Looks so pleasant. I'm very happy for your life. And of course, I fight very hard for your liberty and identity, but I'm actually just here to steal clips from you. I'm very sorry. Please like and subscribe. I'm sure you're a very pleasant person. Trans person, maybe. But here we have it. The point that I'm trying to make here is that they feel safe. They feel safe. Right? They feel safe. And that to me is the big issue. Let's, out of respect for this person, let's go ahead and just get their brief opinion on that clip that they showed here. Let's just get their brief opinion on the. I mean, look at the Star Trek. They got Star Trek stuff. I mean, this person's super cool. What am I doing? Like shitting on this? No, you can't even see the logo, but no, check it out in the bottom right. They got like Star Trek logos on the bottom right. So super cool person. Let's go ahead and get their opinion on this. Just out of respect. I feel bad now.
being chill. Now, none of this should be particularly surprising or new to anybody who's been paying attention over the last few months or even years here in the United States. This has been an ongoing, growing problem of neo-Nazis feeling more and more emboldened, both in the United States and around the world, due to the rising fascist rhetoric that has been espoused in a lot of these places, in particular in Florida, where Ron DeSantis has been doubling down on a lot of fascist legislations and rhetoric in his governance. And that's one of the major reasons I wanted to bring to talk about this, though there is a much bigger reason that I'll just mention at the end of this video that we'll get to.
That's okay. So thank you very much for your time. We're going to go ahead and like on that one. Jesse, Gender After Dark. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. Absolutely excellent. If you want more of that opinion right there. If I had more time, I'd show more of it. Great stuff. Moving on. You did not censor me, Elon. You will not censor me, buddy. So this is from your boy Woke Patriot. Obviously, I'm not going to go through this entire list of 272 names, but this is fascinating. All the people caught up in this Trump criminal enterprise. 272 individuals. So there's the link right there. And big props to your boy Woke Patriot for providing this list. Excellent little picture there as well. You know, this web of crime, and they're all innocent, guys. All innocent. None of them perfect. All made perfect choices that benefit the people. It was all about draining the swamp. None of them are corrupt. It's all a big attack by the deep state. The only solution is a full-blown dictatorship now. The cat's out of the bag now, guys. They're coming after us, so now we got to do our dictatorship before it's too late. But big list here. Ali Alexander, I recognize that name. Shay Alexander, recognize that. Mark Amick, I recognize the name. Lee Anderson, recognize. Bunch of people. Lou Baratella, Bill Barr, Brandon Beach, Kathy Burden, Andy Biggs. Yep, all these names I hear on cable news all the time. Matt Brass, Alvin Bragg, Rusty Bowers, David Bosey. That's the picture from the January 6 hearings right there. All right. I wanted to show the beginning of this. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but because the clips that I've been showing are just from like yesterday, just a little bit older. So I wanted to show something just a little bit more recent, just so that you can get the latest, right, from today's broadcast. So like I said, I'm not going to play the whole 20 minutes of the readout, but the opening here kind of goes over the latest about what's happening with Trump and the criminal enterprise. So once again, guys, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm just getting this out of my system so I don't have to do a big Trump thing tomorrow, right? I want to focus on Ukraine tomorrow, but what am I going to sit here and not talk about the fascist, who could put, with 4 indictments and 91 charges? I'm like the news guy and I'm not going to cover this topic. Like, I hate his guts. I think, I'm constantly pointing out my fears and concerns about what's happening, but I can't. It's tempting to be like, oh my God, I'm beyond exhausted. And this stuff is exhausting, but I do think it's important to understand what's happening, because that's how we stop it. All right. When you see the blueprint, it's easy to get in front of it and prevent it and sabotage it, stop it. It's easier, at least. But anyway, so let's get to it. Just 5 minutes of this, just to get a quick update of the absolute latest of what's happening with Trump and the people around him.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Capehart in for Joy Reid. We begin tonight with a slew of legal developments today on multiple fronts, all involving the many criminal cases of Donald Trump and his associates. Starting with Peter Navarro, a former advisor in the Trump White House who just a short time ago was found guilty by a D.C. jury.
I mean, this is why I got to do the mainstream media stuff. Am I supposed to keep track of all this shit? You know what I mean? They're literally $1 billion company keeping track of all this, and I'm just, and I get it, but it is cancerous, dude. It's hard on my ego to watch this fucking much MSNBC, especially watching it twice. So that makes it even more difficult. But like, this is why I'm showing all this fucking MSNBC garbage, is because they're actually keeping track of all this shit. And I couldn't possibly do this on my own.
On 2 counts of criminal contempt of Congress
Fixing news.
for refusing to comply with the subpoena.
There is a way to fix news. That's fund it publicly. That's the way to fix news. Like, a lot of people don't have solutions to some of these problems. I'll give you solutions. You know, the rich people beware. The oligarchy beware. If I'm ever put in charge of anything, okay, because I know exactly what I would do with power. I'm so sick and tired of lefties who are hemming and hawing about shit. I know exactly what I would do with power. I would have a full day one agenda, baby.
From the House January 6th Select Committee last year. In their closing arguments, prosecutors told jurors that Navarro, quote, thinks he's above the law. And in this country,
he's expecting a pardon.
Is above the law.
He's expecting a
pardon. In that same building, the grand jury that indicted Trump for election interference met today for the first time since handing up those charges more than 4 weeks ago. An indication that their investigation is ongoing, which could potentially spell bad news for the 6 unnamed co-conspirators listed in that indictment. Meanwhile, in Georgia, attorneys for Trump today notified the judge presiding over his criminal racketeering case that he may seek to move his state case to federal court, something several of his co-defendants are also asking for, though the judge has yet to issue a ruling. And Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis is proving once again that she is not to be messed with, issuing a scathing rebuke to Republican House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan after he demanded that the DA hand over a series of documents related to her indictment of Trump. In her response, Willis did not hold back, accusing Congressman Jordan of overstepping his congressional authority and obstructing her prosecution.
Fannie Willis for president, dude.
Your job description as
Fannie Willis for president. I love this woman. I am actually in love. I'm kidding, honey. If you're watching this. But no. This woman's amazing. You know, she's making Jack Smith look like a fucking, like a little boy. I gotta say, man. Jack Smith over here. I don't know, man. I don't really want to have a mugshot. I don't want to create any trouble. Fannie Willis is like, no, we're getting the mugshot and you're showing up to do it. Any questions? I love this woman.
As a legislator, does not include criminal law enforcement, nor does it include supervising a specific criminal trial because you believe
she's my work
doing
wife.
So will promote your partisan political objectives. She goes on to say, your letter makes clear that you lack a basic understanding of the law, its practice, and the ethical obligations of attorneys generally and prosecutors specifically. There's a lot happening here, and here to discuss.
Okay, yeah, we're not doing this. Okay, thank you so much. I'm sure these are very pleasant folks. I have no idea who they are, but we're not doing that. Okay, so moving on. I'm just trying to make my point here. You know, just trying to show some of the latest news. Peter Navarro. I think he's expecting a pardon. I think that's what's going on. And you know, he's got a damn good chance. He's got a goddamn good chance at it, doesn't he? All right. Wanted to show this because the Democrats don't get it. And finally, so these 2 clips next to each other have a point. I'm going to show this clip from MSNBC titled "Why It's Time for Biden to Fight, to Engage, and to Tell the Truth About Trump." It's Joe Scarborough. I'm sorry in advance. It is Morning Joe, and Willie is there. Morning Joe and Willie and Mika. It's okay. I just puked a little bit. But they're all there. But this is the diamond in the rough, folks. This is I found it. I can't believe I found it. This is the gem of all gems. I've been talking about how MSNBC needs to be pointing out the failure of the neoliberal strategy for months now. You're sick of hearing it. And here's our first shining ray of hope coming out of this, corporate glob that calls itself, a journalistic operation. How many hours is Morning Joe on the motherfucking TV? 5? I think they gave him 5 hours. Morning Joe, more like Never Ending Joe. So yeah, it's like nonstop Joe over there in the morning. And it's usually a slog. It usually completely ignores the failures of the neoliberal party while pointing out the hypocrisies of the right. It's the easiest thing to do in the world. It's super easy content. Him and Willie do it all day. I'm going to show this clip. Drink garbage fuel to get the taste of puke out of your mouth. It might be causing my my stomach issues. So with that in mind, I'm going to show that, but we're going to show this first because with that in mind, I want to show you how out of touch the goddamn Democrats are. Like this, you know, they think they're slam dunking it. Meanwhile, the polls, Trump and Biden neck and neck. And, you know, it's like, are we going to pivot at all? Are we going to change strategy at all? Are we going to promise anything? Are we going to do anything to assuade voters? Or are we just like, we're above it all and we're just going to let it happen? And God help me. God help us all. Joe Scarborough makes kind of a good point about how, you know, politicians that allow their opponent to set the narrative, how they lose. And he has several examples from like 50 fucking years ago, but they're actually good examples. Like I think Pat Dukakis or some shit like that, where he was like above, he's like refused to comment, you know, on some of the things his opponent was saying about him and all that, and how that affected him negatively politically. So we're going to see that, but you're going to see this first and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is from the Rational National, another wonderful content creator that everybody should be liking and subscribing. They're a Canadian outfit out there. So big props to them. Check out the Rational National.
Air raid sirens blared as the two men walked together.
President Joe Biden has released one of his first 2024 re-election ads, and this is coming at the same time as some stunning new polling. So I'll get to
I love garbage fuel
later, as well as some other poll that contradicts the poll. So it's all kind of weird, but we'll get to that in a bit. First, I want to show you this ad. It is a minute-long ad. This will be airing on 60 Minutes in
Zelensky makes it work
this weekend. That's info from Alex Thompson at Axios. Here is the ad.
It was the first.
So this is the Biden ad. This is a Biden, you know, ad about how awesome Biden is. This is the strategy, guys.
Time in modern history
very significant moment on the world stage
that an American president went into a war zone not controlled by the United States.
A nearly 40-hour journey in and out of Ukraine.
President Biden left Washington, D.C. at 4 a.m. on Sunday. He landed in eastern Poland and then took a 9.5-hour train to Kyiv.
He entered Ukraine under the cover of night. And in the morning, Joe Biden walked shoulder to shoulder with our allies in the war-torn streets, standing up for democracy in a place where a tyrant is waging war to take it away.
Air raid sirens blared as the two men walked together.
In the middle of a war zone, Joe Biden showed the world what America is made of. That's the quiet strength of a true leader who doesn't back down to a dictator. Biden, president.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Okay. So, you know, to the chem goblins of the world, Ukrainians of the world, yeah, that's an A+. What are we criticizing him for this about? What are you talking about? That's great. And yeah, no, that is, he deserves 100% total credit on Ukraine and should be putting out an ad just like this. And that's really not the problem. The issue is that and no offense to Ukrainians, but it's the economy. As Carville said, it's the economy, chucklehead. He said something else, but I'm so sick of James Carville. But it's a very appropriate statement, because yes, Americans support. You look at the polls. Americans support the Ukrainian effort. They think it's great. Even believing the lie that America is doing it for democracy. makes you laugh just saying it. You know, just ignoring that obvious lie that America is motivated by democracy and that's why they're helping Ukraine. Americans generally agree with this mission, and Americans generally agree that you know, America is trying to spread democracy because Americans are not very savvy. So they agree with this kind of stuff. But the problem is, like I said, is that where is the substantive promises about where I'm going to make your job better, right? Higher wages, your small business, your middle business, is going to get a break. We're going to go after the big dogs to give you a chance, anything. I'm going to lower your gas price. And that's, the bar is so low. He really only needs to do one. He could, if he just ignored every single other issue and just campaigned on, I'm going to literally do everything in my power to lower your gas prices, and I'm already doing these things by executive, and here's the plan, and we're going to get everyone on board, and vote for me, and I'm going to have this going by the time my reelection is finished. Whatever it is, whatever the plan is, you got to have something, and that's the problem, is that there is a lack of substance beyond some of these, more intangible things. And I'm once again, I'm not trying to insult the Ukrainians, but what happens in Ukraine does not affect the kitchen table, as Joe Scarborough says, does not affect those kitchen table issues of higher wages, better jobs, education, healthcare, those costs, the cost of food, the cost of living, the cost of real estate, renting. I could go on and on. The cost of energy. I could go on and on and on and on. But those kitchen table issues, and that's where the neoliberals. So here's the thing: the neoliberals have decided that instead of lying to people like the right wing does, that they're not even going to lie to people about what they're able to do for them. They're just going to give them a bunch of vague Obama-esque statements because that worked once, a bunch of vagaries, and we're not going to promise anything. And then what they actually deliver can be seen as major achievements, even if they're incredibly watered down from anything that they promised. And even with the meager promises of Build Back Better had to be watered down, so you don't hear them saying Build Back Better quite often. As often anymore, right? Because Build Back Better is just a series of failures, basically. And what was achieved was a bunch of corporate giveaways and a bunch of means-tested, half-hearted measures, just like his student loan forgiveness, which is, it's already been means-tested, and apparently it might be means-tested again to further reduce the effectiveness of how it's going to be, right? So that's the problem. It's not that Ukraine is, we're putting all our money and effort and time into Ukraine. We don't have time for anything else. No, it's the neoliberals' failure to give us some kind of something to vote for. That's always been the problem. And the reason why they don't promise it is because they don't even want to lie to us anymore. They just like, no, suck it up. You don't like right wingers. You don't want to vote for a right winger, do you? Well, they got no choice for us. So, it's a Clintonian thing. They haven't dropped it anyway. Okay.
The quiet strength of a true leader who doesn't back down to a dictator. While this ad doesn't really do anything for me, understand the potential impact here on
a new type. So there's a liberal, and then there's a neoliberal. And the big difference really with a classic liberal and a neoliberal is a full acquiescence to corporatism and the military industrial complex and the police state. A regular liberal would be very much against Cop City, but a neoliberal is perfectly fine with Cop City. A regular liberal would want to tax the rich. A neoliberal is not that interested in taxing the rich. So there's distinctions, and that's why they need to exist. The reason why they're still considered liberal is their social policies and how they project themselves. Neoliberals project themselves as progressives. They don't call themselves neoliberals. They call themselves liberals or Democrats, right? So that's why they continue to be called liberals, but they need to be called a new type of liberal because that's what they are. They are neoliberals.
On a 60 Minutes audience in battleground states. The focus here, surprised me that he would focus an entire ad on just this trip, but he's trying to put forward here this idea that he is the strong leader, somebody who is mature, somebody who is not outlandish, not unpredictable, somebody who you can rely on. And for the audience they are aiming this for, again, a 60 Minutes audience.
This is worth it. This is worth it. Trust me, this is worth it.
I think this potentially could have, some effect, but I tend to wonder, is this the audience that Biden really needs to be chasing right now? Because ultimately, I think that the biggest potential gains for him come with turnout. And when we're talking about turnout, we're talking largely about younger voters. He needs to get younger people out to vote. Democrats win when turnout is high. Democrats win especially when young voter turnout is high. So this,
Okay,
understand,
Zio,
we're, you know,
or
14 months
Cam.
away. So this is just one of his ads. This is a very early ad. But I have to assume going deeper into this campaign, he's going to have to focus more on younger voters and getting people who don't normally vote out to vote for him. Getting the same people he got back in 2020. He needs to get those people out again. This is where we get to some polling. So this came out on CNN today, and this is surprising for a variety of reasons. So here is a screen.
Here's what I wanted to show you guys.
Some of the coverage. Let me just zoom into
This is what I wanted to show you. So listen carefully here.
The actual results here. Biden is losing to everyone except for DeSantis, where he's tied.
That's embarrassing.
Losing to Trump, which is amazing. And Ramaswamy, where he's actually up by 1 percentage point.
That's actually crazy.
Considering the rise Ramaswamy's seen recently, and now he's just,
it's totally artificial.
Going after him. He's not doing too well. So Nikki Haley, with, I guess you could say, the surprising lead here on Joe Biden. I would say that during the debate, Haley came off as maybe the most measured, which is kind of going to what Biden's appeal is. So maybe that, you know, she's carving in there a little bit into Biden support because she comes off as somebody who is not your typical Republican, as she is a woman, while at the same time someone who, again, appears to be
just a little authoritarianism, guys.
Standard politician. Trump, the fact that he's losing to Trump. Trump is under 4 indictments.
No.
What is that?
And here's the thing. And look, go talk to a neoliberal. Go talk to someone who's proudly supporting the Democrats because it's like, you know, I got no choice and this is the smart move. They're out there, right? Destiny is kind of one of them, right? A little bit though. Destiny has been really doing a really good job out there recently, so I don't want to shit on him too much. But he's often shown a certain proclivity for the way neoliberals do things. So that's why I say that. But where, you know, they're not going to hold, they're like, nope, you know, I mean, yeah, maybe we should do a different candidate, but you know, they don't talk about how they need, like, wow, this is a really bad sign for our party. You know, we got to do some soul searching. We got to do something different. You know, we got to, you know, we really need to change our strategy, change our leadership, maybe going with a Nancy Pelosi clone like Hakeem Jeffries and completely not changing our strategy at all. Not so sure that liberals are just feckless and half-hearted as they portray them. We won't get fully praised because that's not what the polls say. You ask Americans, you want single-payer health care, right? You don't call it Obamacare, but you just call it, you know, do you think all Americans should be taken care of? Yep. Do you think there should be, you know, all Americans should be provided college? Yep. The polls are clear. Americans want progressive policies. The thing holding us back is corporate, you know, the corporate, you know, oligarchies' control over our government.
Is it like 91 charges? And you're losing to Trump in a national poll. Also understanding that, you know, the popular vote, national polling does not dictate elections. It's the Electoral College. So you're still losing to him in a national poll. I want to show you on election day in 2020. So you have some context here.
Chris Christie's beating
Biden
him.
was leading Trump by, on average, 7.2 percentage points. And of course, he ended up, you know, winning that election by millions of votes. But this is essentially around what you should be seeing as a Democratic president or candidate if you are expecting to win on election day. You need a healthy lead in polling to make up for the Electoral College. When you are losing to Biden or losing to Trump, I just don't, it's not looking good. Now, again, 14 months away, a lot to do here.
Yeah, no,
but
true.
I'm going to get to some other polls.
Lots of things can change, but
I don't know.
But I mean, honestly, it should. I mean, You know, it's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. We got Biden losing to John fucking Gotti, right? Everyone's in love with the mob, so it's embarrassing, and it should be embarrassing. But where's the embarrassment, right? So I'm like I said, I found the diamond in the rough. I found a little self-reflection. Because of Charlie Blow, I believe, is the person who wrote an article about how, okay, Obama, or Obama, Joe Biden, can you please attack your opponent for his clear assault on democracy now? Can we, I think it's time, because you're letting this guy set the narrative. I'm going to pull a different from voting actual candidate. Pledge Cargo. Here's the thing is that, I understand your cynicism. We can't do it all in one election, okay? But we can build an organization on the left that holds corporate lefties accountable, basically a PAC that tries to destroy super PACs. But I say we fundraise, make a shitload of money, and make them accountable. That's exactly what Project 2025 is doing. They're like, we're going to set up a system that right-wingers won't be able to ignore. Basically, we're going to be running so many ads. We're going to be spending so much money. So we got to meet him. We got to meet him on that battlefield. We got to participate. We got to organize. We got to donate. We got to do all that. We have to fight this. But it's not going to happen immediately. It does not happen immediately. Absolutely. So you got to vote strategically, right? If there's if there's no money, you know what I mean? If there's no choice, there's no choice. And you have to use your best judgment in that, right? So I'm not saying don't, because like a lot of lefties are like, throw the baby out with the bathwater, don't vote, don't participate, don't even, you just wait for the communist revolution or the anarchist revolution or whatever, and then start participating. So I don't agree with that at all. But I do agree that it's not going to happen instantly, but goddamn, we gotta talk about who's the enemy, where their faults are, calling them out consistently, because the neoliberals do take advantage of the left not talking about them, right? Because they're kind of afraid to. Oh, I don't want to call it the left because then people will think I'm a righty, or this might help the right. And the neoliberal corporatists take advantage of that, quite frankly. Anyway,
but losing to Pence, losing to Scott. Losing to Tim Scott, really?
To Tim Scott?
I would have expected Chris Christie.
I mean, this really is more reflective of the CNN audience, and he's going to show that there is a pretty big difference.
ABB in the Nikki Haley spot here, but regardless, he's still beating Biden. Not looking good. Now, also worth mentioning here, in that same poll from CNN, 2/3 of Democrat-leaning voters don't want Biden as the
100% Zioduke.
Now, this has been sort of consistent.
And yeah, this is interesting.
Throughout the past couple of years, Democratic voters want someone else.
But who? But who, honestly? And I mean, honestly, I would say AOC, honestly. But no, let's Gavin Newsom, right? He's the neoliberal corporate-friendly one, right? But maybe Gavin Newsom, maybe. But they haven't done any pre-staging. Yeah, no, me. Yeah, sure. They haven't done any pre-staging. They haven't done any. They're not ready for it. So it's kind of almost already too late. That's how disgusting this system is.
His age as by far the biggest issue. I wonder what that really means when you're going up against
Zioduke,
likely Trump, who is almost the same age as
I don't know
Joe
if it's
Biden,
33.
You could argue Biden shows his age more in his.
I'd rather have AOC than Pete Buttigieg any goddamn day of the week.
The way he looks, though, Trump doesn't look it either. It's just all the makeup he wears. But the performance, Biden has an issue with stuttering, which people attribute to age, which isn't really an age issue. But anyways, it's not looking good even from the view of Democratic voters. But what I find interesting here is this poll. So this came out, I think, the day before.
So this is a different poll.
Here.
Not from CNN.
Date. So September 6th. Yeah, so this came out yesterday. Biden posts his biggest lead yet in Democratic primary race. So in this CNN poll, you have 2/3 don't want
absolutely
Biden.
Snow.
Yeah, and in this morning consult poll, Biden's support is actually growing among the primary race. where you have RFK,
You're hired.
who's been losing support, thankfully. Marianne Williamson, who also has lost 1 percentage point a year.
What a
since,
joke.
July. And the someone else has also dropped since April.
Was that Cornel West? God, he could have been a real threat to Joe Biden. He could have been a real threat to Joe Biden. And he just happily walked into the free speech zone and just stayed right there. And there's some debate controversy with Cornel West and Jimmy Dore, right? Jimmy Dore trying to, what do you mean? Right-wing policies are, of course, the way to go. And Cornel West is like, well, hell no. I have a whole academic history that, that is completely can blow you out of the water. And I can tell you why systemic racism still exists and all that shit. But it's like the moment he decided to be a Green Party, I mean, like to do the Freedom Party and then the Green Party, it was like, okay, no problem. You're done. You're done. And it's like, oh, well, we should change that. We should change that. We should change that and make third parties more viable. Yeah, sure. Yes, exactly. But we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it this cycle, are we? Not doing it this cycle. The only chance you have is to put that D next to your name, and try to get into the debates and try to force the conversations to the left and try to do the best you can. And God, I mean, Cornel West's political instincts, absolute dumpster fire.
From 8% to now 5%.
God, they're bad.
So they have the option of saying, like, if these Democratic pollster or Democratic voters being polled here don't support Williamson or Kennedy, they could still say someone else, which this is
huge. Zeoduke, huge.
2/3 don't want Biden. But here they're saying no, Biden over somebody else. It's really hard to, everything is in how questions are framed, what information that people have, I guess who you're polling, but typically when we get to CNN, SSRS, and Morning Call.
Well, I mean, what's the fact that they're because these losers are too obsessed with status quo, their own stupid legacies and procedures. So there hasn't been a legitimate incumbent challenge in decades. That's just how things work. So that's why there's some stupid legacy of Democratic president. I guess it's a sign of failure of the party. I guess it makes from their perspective, it makes the party look bad. I don't know. It's completely undemocratic and wildly ridiculous. But they're not even going to do debates. I don't think there's going to be any Democratic debates.
Also, they're both very reliable pollsters. So it's very bizarre to see such a different result depending on the poll here. But Biden support growing among primary voters looks good here, at least compared to what you're seeing on CNN.
I mean, it's really reflective, like I said, of the CNN audience.
Here's their coverage of it, where they go a little deeper into some of the data.
You noted his approval rating is at 39%. 61% of Americans disapproved. This is our brand new poll conducted by SSRS. Look at that approval number over time.
Go to any CNN video or CNN tweet, and it is nonstop right-winger. Like people, there are millions of right-wingers that are hate watching CNN, and literally every post on the internet is like, oh yeah, deep state, deep state, deep state. So I guarantee you, any poll put out by by CNN is going to get heavily brigaded by hardcore right-wingers. So that I think that's what we're seeing here. I do think this is a little skewed, but still, it shouldn't be this easy to skew it. A bunch of internet trolls shouldn't be able to skew these numbers. There's a total lack of enthusiasm for Joe Biden. I think it's tempting to imagine that the American political center among those who vote is what we ourselves believe in. In fact, I'd say it's well to the right of both you and I. That's a myth. That's actually a myth. And look, we'd have to really get in the weeds for me to make my point. But I can tell you, I have gone through those weeds, and I encourage you to do the same, Clutch Cargo. But it's actually a myth that the right way, that conservatism, that America mainly, leans center right. That's actually a myth. When you look at polls and and all kinds of different independent polls and all kinds of stuff done. Not just political, but just demographics and a million different examples. There's a lot of information out there that shows that the majority of America is actually center left or even left leaning, but at the very least center left. This idea that America is primarily a center right country is a myth. I assure you. Yes, exactly, CO Duke. I hate going through the weeds. Depends on who we count and how we. That's what I'm saying, man. Look, there are smarter people than you and I that have done these studies, that do these polls. There's information out there that can make my point. I'm not lying to you. Why would I lie to you? Okay, do your own research. I'm not trying to be condescending. I literally don't have time to get in the weeds on this one. But I'm encouraging you to do more research on this, because it is a myth that America is predominantly center right.
Time. Since the spring, he's been hanging out in this very low, troubling approval rating for him, and it really has not fluctuated all that much. Take a look by party. You noted among Democrats, his approval rating is down a bit from where it was in July. He's at 74% among his own party faithful. Independents holding troublingly low for the president at 36%, obviously single digits among Republicans. And look at how Biden stacks up against all of his modern era predecessors at this point in their presidency. I'm just going to draw a line here to show us he's hanging out in this category with Trump and Carter. Something about Trump and Carter, they lost their re-election.
Yikes, dog. He's hitting that Carter number. Ooh.
Efforts.
So not looking good for Biden right now. And understand, yes, still early. But this is why he has to use this time to really get
100% disagree with you, Clutch Cargo. And I'm not trying to lie to you. What agenda would I be pushing? The garbage fuel agenda? It's a myth. You're wrong. And no, the politicians that make it up there do not represent America. But they do represent parts of it. You can't sit here and say Trump doesn't represent a certain demographic in America, and he represents them quite well, actually. So I guess you're right. I guess you're correct. Actually, I take that back. Because I mean, they do represent, but it's just not a full. It's not a full representative. Like Trump represents the conservative mindset of today, and Joe Biden represents the centrist mindset of today. The centrist, right-leaning centrist, right? These so-called liberals that are like, don't touch my property values, and all these other like super right-wing, things that they agree with. They are represented, but there's huge chunks of America that is not being represented. There's huge chunks of America that's not being represented, and God damn it, that's why I talk about my 3-step program, because they're certainly not going to be represented as a vote. They're pretty easy to ignore when they're not voting. When they're not participating in this. They don't have to be catered to or even looked at. They can just be easily hand waved away. Well, that's fine. You're not voting. Moving on. I don't need to, even pretend to placate you. So, but no, I think I disagree with my initial disagreement. I think you're right. They do represent certain chunks of America.
Voters back. I have to wonder how much of this continued decline in Biden support has to do with what is happening right now with student loan payments. So student loan interest has already resumed, and payments are going to restart in October.
Great.
And, just to give you context here.
Great. This is going to be great for the election, guys.
3 years that Federal Student Loan Board was really required to pay their monthly student loan bills.
Well, good thing students don't really vote, so it's still going to hurt.
This happening under Joe Biden.
They do vote. I mean, look at Obama. They do vote when they're inspired, but this is not going to inspire them.
Is only going to hurt him. And I've covered this in the past. He has the ability through a different method to cancel student loan debt. He didn't use that. He used a different way that the Supreme Court was able to block. He is not using the extent of it. He's not using the power that he has to the extent that he can use it to help students. And that's one example. We can also go to his complete lack of fight against people like Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema in the first 2 years.
Yeah, dog.
So as Luke Savage writes here, it's worth remembering that one of the key selling points for Biden during the 2020 primaries was that, unlike Bernie Sanders, he was an experienced dealmaker with an agenda that he could actually shepherd through Congress. And of course, Biden couldn't. Like I don't know how many times people have to be fooled to realize that, a moderate is not going to get things done. They will only capitulate. But here is another example of that.
Exactly.
This is from the lever. Most of Biden's social agenda never materialized. So this is the Build Back Better Act, which passed the House, the democratically controlled House, versus the Inflation Reduction Act, which was
it's one of our larger problems. I totally agree, Clutch. And they're ready to be plucked. Their chicken's ready to be plucked, because they just need an agenda. People will, and that's what the magic of Bernie was, right? It was like, he's waking these people up. He's inspiring these people. And that's why, to me personally, Bernie is, deserves to be criticized for his capitulation to the neoliberal establishment instead of, doing a real, really offering people an alternative. And he was perfect because he was already integrated into the neoliberal left-wing democratic system, but still separate as a quote unquote independent. So he was a perfect Trojan horse, and he knew it. But he's like, oh, I don't want to be Ralph Nader. So he pussied out, and he deserves to be criticized for that.
Of course, the scaled down version under Manchin and Sinema in the Senate. But look at the differences here. I mean, the spending on climate, way down. Childcare and universal pre-K, not there at all. Same thing with paid family medical leave, child tax credit, affordable housing, Medicaid home community care, all just zeros. ACA subsidies, spending on that also down by half. Immigration reform, education workforce aid, Medicare hearing coverage, nothing. And then, of course, drastically reduced spending.
Building back better, man.
Areas. So this is just
build back better, baby.
The failed policy.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Look at that, man. So okay, if you don't know what we're looking at, one more time. So on the left is the promise. On the left was this is the promise, the Build Back Better Act. Right? This is what on the right was this is what was actually passed. Bunch of stuff for climate, love to see it. Nothing for childcare, nothing for paid family leave. Right? I'm not going to repeat it because that's exactly what he just did. ACA subsidies, 64 bill, and then some other stuff, 4 billion. Okay? And what am I really supposed to not hold these people accountable? Because oh well, if you hold these people accountable, then the right wing's going to take over. This is inexcusable. And if we're going to allow ourselves to be blackmailed as a society, just to be blackmailed by these corporatists, we kind of get what we deserve, don't we?
Differences here. I mean, the spending on climate, way down. Family medical leave, child tax credit, affordable housing, Medicaid home community.
Clutch Cargo, once again, that does not represent those people. There's a clear number of, the number of people that disagree with Congress. What's the stat at? 90%? Hold on. Yeah. Goddamn approval rating. That was the word I was looking for. But the approval rating is dismal. 19%. Okay? The people in office do not represent the desires of the American people. 19%. Right? Some of the stats are like, I'd rather get fucking dental surgery, than I don't know, look at these idiots. I don't know what the question is, but you know what I mean. They ask those questions like, would you rather have diarrhea or would you, approve of Congress? But no, the people that are voting against they're voting against their own constituency, but they use advanced propaganda and blackmail tactics, right? Like, oh, well, you got no choice to vote for neoliberals because if you don't, then you're voting Trump. Clutch Cargo. No, I disagree with your cynicism, and I'm not going to bog it down anymore with an argument, but we fundamentally disagree. And look, I'm not going to be condescending and tell you to do more research, but I do encourage you to do a little bit more research and, and dig into this more, because your cynicism is not totally incorrect, but yeah, no, I disagree with you. Yeah, no, the American people want progressive policies, and even right wingers want progressive policies. Like, remember Bernie Sanders getting the standing ovation for single payer health care during the Fox News debate. Right wingers want progressive policies. They just don't, they don't. They need it. They need to be lied to, right? It's not Obamacare. It's Freedom Care. Oh, I love Freedom Care. That's great. Oh, Freedom Care. Right. So it just needs to be coached to them in the right way so that they don't feel like they're, I don't know, their precious identity is being insulted.
Care, all just zeros. ACA subsidies, spending on that also down by half. Immigration reform, education, workforce aid, medically reduced sample of. This is the result of that.
Okay.
So
he makes a really good point.
This is an example of the failed policy.
Yes.
Of pushing to work with both sides.
Yes.
This is the result of that.
Yes.
You have less people engaged, lower chance of getting people out to vote for you, because how are they going to trust you when you promised what you promised and then gave them this? And yeah, you could say, oh.
That is a good point, though, Woke Patriot. You do make a very good point. I'm not going to disagree with Woke Patriot's point.
Oh, it's not Biden's fault. It's everybody else. Biden as president has the power to put pressure on people. Was there one speech? Was there even like a line released in the media, anything about Biden directly criticizing Joe Manchin or Kirsten Sinema? Did he try at all to put any public pressure on them in any way? He had the power to try and do more, and he didn't. And now he's living with the result of that.
Yeah, Clutch, I mean, that's not an excuse. That's the pithy, well, all politicians lie excuse. Well, they all lie. They all lie. Not good enough. Not good enough. That's how we've gotten to this stage of fascism, is with that attitude, quite frankly. That's it. That's the defeatist attitude that ensures we're fucked. So anyway, big props to the Rational National. Like and subscribe, folks. Make sure you like and subscribe. Check out the Rational National. Absolutely lovely channel. This is worthy of your algorithm, I assure you. Not like my channel. But no, this is actually legitimately worthy of your algorithm. Make sure you like and subscribe. All right. So and that was really important. I wanted to show all that information because one of my main criticisms and why I call MSNBC cancer is because they basically carry water for the neoliberal establishment by not criticizing their failed strategies. So we have all this. So I just gave you glaring, shining examples of how the neoliberals are not performing, are not showing up for the American people. Okay. And where's MSNBC on it? Trump. So over here, we finally get a little reality pokes through with this fella called Charles Blow. I've heard the name before. You've probably, Woke Patriots probably heard the name as well. He's quite a bookhead. But New York Times writer writes this article, hey, Democrats, can we start talking about the attack on democracy now? Can we start making some concrete statements on this blatant attempt to destroy American democracy? I disagree with this idea that it's going to hurt you electorally to call out this attack, this authoritarian attack. So, I mean, you are a Woke Patriot. You got a suitcase from Halliburton, for God's sakes. But no, diamond in the rough interview. Watch all of MSNBC. Watch Joe Scarborough pretend like he's not part of the problem. Right? Watch Joe Scarborough pretend like he's on top of this story, like he's not literally Trump to Trump to Trump, Trump, Trump all fucking day. And to give Joe credit, he is doing an interview with Charles Blow, and he totally 110% agrees with Charles Blow. Okay? Look, Joe Scarborough is the kind of pliable sycophant that would have been fully okay with Bernie Sanders once he was in charge, and once Bernie Sanders showed that there was a lot of there's a lot of winning, there's a lot of power that could be had in progressive politics, and he would go right along with it. So, you know, Joe Scarborough, you know, it's so interesting to see Joe Scarborough agreeing with Charles Blow, knowing, I mean, how many hours, like I said, how many hours a day is this guy on the air? How many of those hours is spent criticizing Democrats? I will say this though, as an ex-right winger, he does dip his toe into left-wing criticism a little bit more than your average MSNBC person, but not by much. All right, so here we go. Grab your barf bags. It's time for some Morning Joe. Take it away, Willie.
But as Charles says in his column about how the Biden White House and the Biden campaign should handle all of this, it's not like we're talking about personal scandal with Donald Trump and it's too tawdry and we're just going to talk about the economy. As Charles writes, we're talking about the foundations of our democracy, that this man who led an attempted coup against the government, this man who took classified documents about military secrets back to his beach club with him. This is bedrock stuff that at some point Joe Biden and his campaign will have to confront.
Well, I think Charles is absolutely right. The campaign ought to be confronting this already, and you know, the way you get a message across is you say it over and over again, and sometimes you say it in a loud voice.
I agree.
And it's certainly time for that. Not just to begin, but to, you know, it should have been going on for a while. Now, there is a problem for President Biden himself. It is a problem for a sitting president to sort of weigh in and opine on an ongoing criminal case. So that's understandable, and I think that's proper. You know, I use the word
and wait till you hear what Mika Brzezinski says. So this is the standard MSNBC claptrap, and I love Charles Blow because he calls this shit out. He says, y'all are fucking crazy. Listen to what Mika Brzezinski's, listen to the cliche. Lenny, woke patriot, strap yourself in for the cliche that Mika Brzezinski defends. Listen to this.
Proper, as if we're in an age of propriety, but and we're not. But in fact, that is the right thing to do. But his campaign surrogates, his campaign media certainly should be pointing out that this is a probably soon to be convicted felon. He's up on what is it, 90 separate federal felony counts in all these various cases, and there's a reason for all of that. The reason is this rampant criminality that we've seen from Donald Trump, and so yeah, that ought to be a central theme of the campaign. Cracking that alternate information world is one of the great problems for our democracy to try to solve. And
I had a
we
follow.
haven't figured out how to solve it yet.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure the disinformation.
No, guys, listen to this. Listen to the cliche she uses, that she's using in defense of not you know, criticizing Joe Biden and for Joe Biden to stay perfectly silent on all of this. Listen to the cliche she uses, dog.
Out there, but Jonathan Lemire, it also may be that the campaign is holding their powder and just waiting to see. I mean, there are six?
Keeping your powder dry, holding your powder. Literally, that's a bad thing, Mika. That's a bad thing. Oh, we got to keep our powder dry for the destruction of our country, guys. You know, we really got to just turn the other cheek and keep our powder dry when we're dealing with fascists who are gleefully trying to take over our democracy and install an authoritarian dictator. We really, you know, because the history books will reflect that we kept our powder dry while the country was literally dissolving and in front of us. We kept our powder very dry. Okay? We were above it all until the very end. Thank you, Gooksta, for the follow.
Different legal cases rolling toward closing in on this former president. And, you know,
listen to Charles Blow. This is great.
The former president gets bad news on many of these. I mean, there are so many counts against him. The possibility that he's innocent of all of them. I mean, I've even seen hosts on Fox News go, really? Like, he's not guilty on all of this? So I think there is a strategy to waiting a little bit to see what happens and let the law play out.
Yeah.
Those in the White House.
No, you know, just keep your powder dry. Just stay perfectly silent on the overt assault on our democracy. You know, we're going to look like real winners in the history books.
And closest to President Biden's reelection effort, they leave the door open to changing tactics down the road. They say the president himself, they say, will not speak about the legal issues. He'll talk in loftier terms. They're planning another speech about threats to democracy that he'll give in the coming weeks. But he'll stay out of the particulars of the cases. They do think that some Democrats will be empowered to do so later this year, early next. But there are others in the party who think, to Charles's point, that might be too late. That elections are often won in the off season, in the year before, as you start to define your opponent. Now, we all know, everyone knows Donald Trump. Right. There is a lot of finger pointing and some concern here as to what to do. So, Charles, but part of the White House's theory of the case is that they won't have to do it because others will. And they think in particular that next year, when these cases actually go to trial and there is nonstop news coverage of Donald Trump in a courtroom, and even if it's just the one, a federal election interference case in D.C., the one that seems to be built to move the quickest, they think that will drive home the point to suburban voters, to independent voters. Look, we can't go down this path again. We can't elect this man again. What do you think? Is that enough, or is that not aggressive enough?
Well, I want you to think about what we've just said, what you've just said, what Eugene just said. Like the president can't engage because it's an active investigation. At what point does the person who is running, literally running on a platform of defending and protecting democracy, not engage on the biggest threat to that democracy? It is likely that there will be litigation all the way through the election. Are we saying that the president of the United States, who is running against the guy who is the greatest threat to democracy, will not be able to engage on the issue, on the fact that this person he's running against, if he ends up being the Republican nominee, he cannot say that this person is indicted on all of these counts?
I mean, come on.
It seems insane to me.
Come on.
I think we're living or trying to operate as if things are normal.
Exactly.
When they are absolutely not normal. And the former president has signaled in every possible way that if he ever gets back to the White House, he will break the norms completely.
Exactly.
He has said that he would like to suspend parts of the Constitution.
It's not just Trump.
Conservative groups like the Heritage Foundation are leading a charge to draw up plans right now.
Project 2025.
That would make it possible for Donald Trump on day one to start to dismantle the federal government. I don't understand what we're saying here. I don't understand what we're saying, like that we're holding the powder dry, that we are that there's another time that we're going to be able to do this, that there's a season that's going to come that's close to Election Day when all of this will change, all of our strategies will change.
Common sense on MSNBC, guys. I found it.
The president can't do.
I found it.
It seems crazy to me.
Took me months.
Some level to think that there's time to get this right.
Took me months to find this.
You know, everything that Charles just said.
This is Joe.
Let me just say amen. Because, Maura, if I am running for office...
Fuck you saying amen
and
for?
I'm running against a guy who has stolen nuclear secrets, I'm going to... Hi, my opponent stole nuclear secrets. I'm Joe Scarborough. Great to talk to you. My opponent stole war plans with Iran, showed them to.
So motherfucking Morning Joe over here pretending like this is the shit that he's laying down every single day, right? I watch enough of his cancerous fucking show to tell you he ain't out here calling out Joe Biden on his failed fucking strategies. Okay, he's not out here consistently calling out the neoliberals. And Joe Scarborough over here, oh yeah, boy, yeah, they need to do this, they need to do that. So I just wanted to point that out, that, you know, he's over here running a victory lap, totally agreeing with Charles Blow, which, hey, credit where credit is due. But let's not pretend like this motherfucker is out here consistently calling out the neoliberals for their corporatism and their failed policies.
His political director, and then told her, I'm not supposed to show this to you. I could declassify it if I were still president of the United States, but I'm not, so I can't declassify it. I would then say he also called the Secretary of State of Georgia a Trumper, a guy who voted for Donald Trump, and said, steal the election for me. It's on tape. I mean, listen, these are not normal times.
Powder dry.
And Joe Biden doesn't have to say, I've been talking to the Justice Department. He can say, listen, I'm not communicating with them. They do their thing. I do my thing. But I can read the newspapers. I can watch TV. And I can tell.
Was that a little Clinton? Was Bill Clinton Bill Clinton is trying to get out of his body for like a millisecond? Listen to that.
Communicating with them. They do their thing. I do my thing. But I can read the newspapers.
Right there.
I can watch TV. And I can tell you, the guy I'm running against said that when he gets elected, he's going to tear down the federal government.
Yeah.
Just like
Call him
they
out.
promised to do last time. He said he's going to arrest people. He said he's going to suspend the Constitution.
Yeah.
He's already stolen nuclear secrets. Let's see. What else do you want to know about my opponent? I mean, I do agree with Charles. How do you run against a guy that stole nuclear secrets and not say to people you're campaigning against, here's your choice, me or...
I think because of his bloviating, he got someone's telling him to transition. Watch his hand.
I mean, I do agree with Charles. How do you run against a guy that stole nuclear secrets?
Right there.
And not
right
say
move
to
on,
people
move on.
you're campaigning against,
Transition,
here's
move
your
on.
choice, me or the guy that stole nuclear secrets, the guy who said the second he becomes president, he's going to start arresting people, and that guy right there who also said that he'd terminate the Constitution. How do you not say that? We are not playing by Marcus of
Queen. Where the fuck are the fireside chats? You know, you can't even on your social media team, you can't even, throw out a couple zingers even. You know what I mean? But it really does feel like a wait and see. And it's like, it's one of the most historic, most important things that's happened in American history. And the American president has nothing to say about it. It's taking a while for Joe to get over to her, but she actually makes a really great point here.
Queensberry rules anymore when we're fighting for the very survival of American democracy, are we?
I mean, it's like bringing a bottle of wine to a gunfight. And I think there's just an element here of what Charles is saying is you have to stand up to a bully. You have to stand up to a bully. And Donald Trump is essentially, I believe, depending on Democrats, on the president, acting like this is just business as usual.
They benefit from it.
The silence speaks volumes. The silence becomes the elephant in the room. Well, it's actually not accomplishing what I think the president and the Democrats needed to accomplish. And
I agree.
Also, I feel as somebody who's written about politics for many years now, that if you don't tell your own story, you allow someone else to tell it for you.
Great
so why
point.
You would allow your opponent to define the issues and the story in this race is I just think it's malpractice.
Yeah, I agree.
I certainly understand the president's reluctance to speak on an ongoing criminal investigation. But as you said, Joe, nobody is asking him to weigh in on updates from the Justice Department.
No, and she makes a 100% great point, and it's what I'm talking about constantly. The neoliberals are constantly on the defensive. They're never setting the agenda. They're never setting the narrative. They're always on the defensive, and it seems to be intentional at this point. You know, they're either completely politically incompetent, and set in their ways and incapable of thinking outside of their own pre-created box, or this is intentional. And it's funny, they're still playing a game that the Republicans have abandoned years ago. You know, they're out there pretending like this is, 2000, 2003, 2006, not even close. We're in a completely different era politically, and the neoliberals are completely adrift.
Right. Yeah. I'll tell you what it reminds me of.
So the old school fellas are going to get a kick out of these references.
Reminds me of Mike Dukakis. George Bush running around Boston Harbor saying it's polluted. Mike Dukakis, I'm not going to respond. And he pushes his lawnmower, which is not an electric, not a gas-powered lawnmower. It's one of those just like whatever, a lawnmower across the lawn, just being a regular guy. And he goes like this, boop, in the polls. The next day, Bush goes to a flag factory. Dukakis, I'm not going to answer it. Pushes his lawnmower, boop. Polls go down even more. The next day, Bush, they tear him to shreds. He's saying, I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to do it. And of course, we know Bernard Shaw asks the question in the debate. It's like,
okay.
I'm not going to respond. You got to respond.
Mika.
Listen.
Okay, wrap it up.
I always told my family that, like my mom, Joey, why are they so mean to you when you're running for office? I go, Ma, if you want me to be an insurance defense lawyer, I can be an insurance defense lawyer, right? I can work for Geico. I can work for State Farm. I can, they'll bill out at $75 an hour for the firm. I can do that. But if I step into the ring, they're going to try to knock my head off. And you can't take that personally because I'm in the ring. And it's my job to not get my head knocked off. So they're in the arena.
Yes.
Biden is in the arena.
Okay, so that don't get lost. He's what he's trying to say is that they're in the game. They're fighting. They're playing the game. So you got to fight it. You got to play it properly. You can't pretend like you're above it. God, he's terrible at this. He gets millions of dollars to do this.
And Mike, this is not about Joe.
No, dirty crackhead. I know, but this is actual. This is like common sense coming out of MSNBC. Okay, coming out of Morning Joe, no less. Okay, so savor this. This is actually a rare one.
Joe Biden just standing up to a bully. This is about Joe Biden.
Wrap it up.
For American democracy. It's time to fight. It's time to engage. And it's time to tell the truth about this guy stealing nuclear secrets, trying to steal the election, saying he's going to terminate the Constitution.
No, exactly.
And saying that the second he gets elected, he's going to take over the FCC to take TV shows off that he doesn't like and to start arresting people.
Yes.
It's like he's got to engage.
No, they're in all seriousness, they're telling us exactly who they are and why is the neoliberal Democratic Party pretending like this is all status quo, like we're dealing with George Bush Republicans. That it's just simply not the case. And it is a little maddening. It is a little, the emperor wears no clothes. So there you go. Hopefully your barf bags weren't too full, but there you go, folks. You made it. Applause button. If you're still here, applause button. It's you who are the real OGs who stuck around to the end. Because that was 4 straight hours of MSNBC cancer. With a few palate cleansers with the Humanist Report and the other one, Majority Report or whatever. That was a lot of cancer. Thank you, Lenny. Big props to Lenny. Dirty crackhead. Woke patriot. Davey. I don't know if Davey stuck around. I didn't hear much from him. Clutch Cargo, thank you for sticking around, and thank you for your insightful comments. I encourage you to look deeper into the demographics. I do encourage you to look deeper into the demographics. You'd be surprised how progressive America is. You would be surprised how progressive America is. I promise you. But big props if you made it all the way in. Zio Duke, OG Zio Duke, OG Snowmo, bro. You're all OGs, really. All you lurkers out there, big props to the lurkers. Big props to you followers. Thank you, lurkers and followers. I am Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground. Chem Goblin, big props to you, Chem Goblin. Goblining it up. I love the goblins, yo. Goblin life. We in that goblin life, dude. Picking up little trinkets on the ground, going, mine, ooh. Add this to my collection as I put it in one of my many pouches. Because we goblin mode in this bitch. Big props to Quick Double Tap. Thank you, Quick Double Tap, for coming in. Quick Double Tap knows about being goblin mode. There's a Ukrainian Twitch streamer. Someone. Okay, so hey, big props to you, YouTube as well. Thank you, YouTube. We're going to wrap up the YouTube video and say goodbye to Twitch stream. Thank you so much, YouTube. Have yourself a good day.